Okay, so
Test, test, test. Test, 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 test.
this is 4, or sorry, well, this is 5. Okay.
Test, 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 test.
Yeah, this is 3.
So, okay, yeah, I know I was asking Kirk. He goes, well, you could just send him one. So maybe you may want to consider that. We could talk about it.
3, 3, 3.
Hmm.
T-shirt status remains unknown. TBA, probably not arriving today. And I'll let you know once I know more information about that. Oh, okay, I have to, well, it's a genetic disposition to walk while I talk, so we'll see how well that works. I've been asked to not walk. But this summit, like many others and conferences, would not be possible without the support of our sponsors. So thank our first sponsor is the FreeBSD Foundation. And also thank you once again to Scale Engine for hosting the streaming for our conference. As well as the BSD TV folks who are manning the gear in the back. This is our 18th Developer Summit at BSDCan. And you can see we're holding steady since the dark times. And the trend line is in the right direction. The slope is positive. Places to be for the rest of the next day or so. Lunch, as I said, is outside in the hallway. On the schedule, all the main track of talks and so forth are in this room, 1160. We also have another room available as a breakout room, 1130. There's no currently scheduled content 1130, but it is open at any time if you wish to go have a side conversation or a spontaneous bug busting session or some such, or just a quiet place to hack because for whatever reason, that's open for you all the time. Dinner tonight will be over in the bottom floor lounge of the Residence Hall U90. With pizza and sodas as we've had in the past. Upcoming events, there will be a Dev Summit at BSDCan that Benedict will be organizing in Croatia, and that's in the end of September, the first 2 days of that conference. We will have a FreeBSD Vendor Summit out in the Bay Area on the NetApp campus in San Jose, and that will be November 6th and 7th. We also have several hackathons, less formal than Dev Summits and often focused on a specific topic, but not always. The first one coming up is right after this conference in Kitchener-Waterloo. We also have one in July in Berlin and one in August in Oslo. Finally, for next year, we're always open to hearing from folks who are attending if you have suggestions. Also, if you have folks who are interested in sponsoring or your employer be interested in sponsoring, we're always welcome for that. If there are specific topics you would like to see, if you have gripes and complaints, I may not read them, but you can send them to devsummit@freebsd.org. And then lastly, FreeBSD is a software project, and I've said this a few times, but it is also a community of people. And communities experience all kinds of events. We have good days, we have bad days. We share in joy, we share in sorrow. And last year, after we were here, Mike Carls, who was a longtime contributor to BSD and FreeBSD, passed away. So I just wanted to have a moment in silence to remember Mike. Okay, all right. So our first talk for today is going to be from Deb from the Foundation, who's going to give an update about work that the Foundation has been doing. So Deb, if you'd like to come up. Yes.
Update, the Wi-Fi is now open.
Okay, and what is the SSID for the open? GU Ottawa, but there's no port restrictions. Woohoo! Okay, so GU Ottawa is now awesome instead of crazy. Okay, and I will help Deb get set up here for a second.
I think I want to move this over here. Okay. And so let's see here. So I have to run current or, okay, so I just have to, this isn't, there we go. And so I need to just do the slideshow and do that. I think everything, the mic is hot, yes, okay. I can hear myself, I won't say anything under my breath.
I tried again. I think it didn't get the click.
Well, here, see, slideshow. So it's doing something.
Try, this is where it works sometimes. Xorg still has a few bugs. This needs something to open. There we go.
Do we do full screen? Okay. Okay. Oh, great. Thank you, John.
No worries.
Okay. So I want to set my timer so I don't go over. Okay, can everyone hear me? Can everyone see me? I know it's hard sometimes. So I'm Deb Goodkin, and I'm the Executive Director of the FreeBSD Foundation. And I think most of you all here know who I am, know who the foundation is and what we do. But if you don't, we are a nonprofit organization, and our sole purpose is to support the FreeBSD project and community. You can find out more information about us on our website, and we'll also be here all week long. And so please feel free to come up and ask us questions and talk to us about your use of FreeBSD. So in my presentation today, I want to talk a little bit about the feedback that we received from the recent community survey. I hope all of you filled that out, because that's how we get a lot of our input on what we want to do. And so a key theme, or actually, let me continue here. There we go. We value your input, and we do hear you. And a key theme that we heard was the community doesn't have clarity on what we do, how we make decisions, where we spend our money, and what we do in general. So please be patient, because this thing is trying to think as I go along. There we go. Okay. So we want to become more transparent. And so what I want to do today is provide some insights into some of the key projects and key work that we're doing. And that really involves software development and marketing.
Did they just say marketing? Hello folks, I'm sad I couldn't be here for my first BSDCan, but needs must, and I'm on holiday in the south of France. Tough times, I'm sure you'll admit. Now, I'm also sure that I just saw somebody yawn at the word marketing. Yes, you there, I see you. Well, I'm here to tell you that word doesn't mean what you think it does. In fact, every single one of you here is a marketer. Because at some point or other in your life, you have tried to convince somebody else of something that you believe in. It may be as simple as convincing your other half what to have for dinner, or a group of friends to visit a bar you like. That is all marketing, because every time you hear that word, I'd like you to do a said in your head. That's what marketing is. It's storytelling. Stood up on stage today and talked about a topic you care about? Marketing. You did the said in your head, didn't you? And that's what I've joined the foundation as. The title may say Technical Marketing Manager, but do the said, and the title tells the story accurately. And that's our marketing strategy for this year. Tell stories about the product that we all love. If you have any great FreeBSD stories you'd like to tell, drop me a line at mark@freebsdfoundation.org and let's have a chat. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye for now.
Thank you, Mark. So I'm going to follow along his philosophy and thoughts and tell you a story. So I want to talk about how we came up with one of our projects that we're working on, and it's improving the FreeBSD support on modern laptops. So what was the problem? And as all of us know here, it can be challenging and frustrating and difficult to get FreeBSD to work on our laptops. Now, I'm going to guess many of us here are running FreeBSD on our laptops. But it wasn't always easy. And I know just even recently, I experienced this installing FreeBSD on my laptop. So how do we know this? We hear this. We hear this over social media, all the different platforms. We hear comments. We read blog posts. And we hear from commercial users, too. They want their developers to be able to develop their products on FreeBSD, especially if they're creating products based on FreeBSD. We pay attention to the FreeBSD communication platforms. So the forums, the mailing lists. And like I said, we at the foundation have experienced it too. We have co-op students and interns who get started, and we send them off to install FreeBSD on their laptops. And they run into challenges. So is this a project that we should take on? Should we help improve FreeBSD on the laptop? And so we spent time assessing this and determining, what's the value. And we did determine that this would be impactful to the community. It would help students and developers and new users get started with FreeBSD and be able to develop that on FreeBSD, that it would be more accessible and it would be useful. And we could help reduce the friction and the frustrations of getting started with FreeBSD. And it would really help increase the number of contributors and committers to the project. So we started funding some of the work. We have limited funding at the foundation. And so we did start funding some work, especially in the key areas. I mean, what do you complain about when you want to run FreeBSD on your laptop? What's the number one thing that people complain about? Wireless. Yep. So that is what we started funding. And so we started small, and we started with what we could do. And then a few years ago, the board met, and we met in person. We look at long-term strategic goals, things that we think we should work on to help FreeBSD. And so the board did set a goal of let's increase adoption of FreeBSD. Now that's a lot. I mean, what does it even mean? And so we did define that into a couple of categories. And one was to really help make FreeBSD easier to use for a college student as a daily driver. So we set that as our goal. We scoped out the project. Ed came to me with a budget. It was over $1 million. It was something we could not afford to do this, but we knew it was really important to the project. So we allocated a little bit more funding, and we brought on a user-led developer, and we started funding more efforts, and we put more resources into it. Then about, I think it was like 11 months ago, and someone contacted the foundation, and they said they love FreeBSD. And it was a really short email. They love FreeBSD. They had been using FreeBSD for over 25 years. And they wanted to offer some funding to help fix some limitations that they were running into in FreeBSD. And that was the final piece of the puzzle that we needed to go forward with this project. And so a lot of things are, so most of you are familiar with the project. You may not be. Actually, we'll go into a lot more detail tomorrow when Ed, Alice, and Joe talk about more of our software development work that we're doing. But anyway, there's a lot of things like behind the scenes that go on. Sometimes we try to write about it, but we're so busy behind the scenes, we have to put a project plan together. We need someone who will actually manage this project and help execute it. We need to bring on resources to fill the needs. We need software developers who have the right skills, who are available, and will come in knowing that we can't pay market rates for their contractor fees. And so all that has to come together. And so really when we decide on projects that we're going to fund, we look at a few requirements. And so we look at, is it going to be impactful and beneficial to FreeBSD? Is it going to be accessible and useful to users? And does it need the infrastructure for those types of capabilities for a larger type of project? And then finally, it's the funding. We need the funding in order to take this on. So I do know there are people who submit project proposals, and actually Joe and Ed and Alice will talk tomorrow about what the process is for doing this. But there's also projects that some get approved, some don't. And it's not because we don't want to fund you or we're not interested. And we do recognize, too, that you put a lot of time into these project proposals. But we do have to make sure that it fits into these requirements because the funding is limited. And we do need to make sure that it's going to be impactful to this project. So I want to share a little bit about our budget for this year. And basically, so I don't know if the colors are showing right, because the one on the right is our software development budget. And so right now, over 62% of our budget is allocated to true software development. So everything from that over, that's in the blue, the colors are sort of displaying a little differently, is directed, or it's funding for the project. And so you include advocacy and education, what Mark talked about, storytelling, that 17% of our budget goes to that. Infrastructure support, so that includes, we just spent over $100,000 to buy new servers for our infrastructure and to support the cluster admin team. We also have one key team member who works directly with cluster admin to help with the communications and help looking at getting quotes too for the requests that we're receiving. And we also have a few team members also who are on cluster admin. And then we have, and general support up there are other things like legal support for the project. And then fundraising and admin is our overhead, and that's less than 15%. So this year our budget is it's 3.1 million. And so you can see that about 2 million is allocated for direct software development. Now that wedge on the side, on the right side, that's big, and we want to provide more details on this, but Ed's going to take that on tomorrow when he talks about the projects that we're funding. So I want to show who we are, so you know. A lot of us are here. This isn't the full team. I have 2 slides. But I want to show that we're here working alongside you. And we contribute in different ways, some in documentation, some in software development, some in administration. I was still working directly with you, say, on travel grants. So we have, I think, 7 or 8 travel grant recipients who are attending this conference. We also have more people here who are on our team. These are mostly full-time people or people who work part-time, but for the long term, for us providing technical content. And like I said, software development. We're having a new person join after BSDCan who's going to help fill the need for social media and some of our marketing needs. This is our board of directors, and I'm pleased to announce that John Baldwin is our new board director. So we're a small and mighty team. We are thrilled to have him part of our team. Finally, I want to show, I did steal this slide from tomorrow's talk, so I'm sort of stealing their thunder, but I really wanted to show all the people who are involved in our software development work, and just show that we have a lot of people who, yeah, they're contracting under us, but they're contributing to the long-term viability and security and stability of FreeBSD. So one more thing, a few more things I would like to share. Well, actually, this is the last thing. So Mark, who gave us a little spiel about storytelling a little earlier, he created some content to help get people started easily with FreeBSD. And so these are 3 videos, and you'll have access to these links. They're also on the FreeBSD YouTube channel. And the intention is they're short videos, and it's how to install FreeBSD on various platforms quickly and easily. And in creating the content, which I followed for setting up one of my systems or my laptop. And he made sure that if he ran into any issues, that he helped get them resolved. And so he's also contributing to DocEng and getting more involved in the project, which has been really great to see. And also working closely with some of the members of the core team. So it's been really exciting to see the work that he's doing. And also, I'll give a shout out to Benedict, he used to be on our board many years ago, contributes in so many different ways, and has been helping us now create technical content too. That's going to be really helpful for the project. So that's all I got here. And I don't know if I have time for questions. That's my 15 minutes. Actually. And so anyway, yeah, feel free to email me. You can email us at info@freebsdfoundation.org. You can email me directly. And like I said, we value your input, and we do hear you. We'll be here all week, and so please just stop us, tap us on the shoulder if you have something to say, and we'll also have a table that you can reach us at. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Deb. Next up, we're going to have an update from the FreeBSD core team. Starting with Alan, but I believe with quite a few others as well. Oh, they're all coming down. Oh. And for AV, we'll keep both mics on, I think. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to hand this mic off to somebody. Who wants to be the Stucky? Olivier.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
You've been voluntold.
Not.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Did you read the slide before? No? Okay.
Can I get you all to
Yeah,
stay
okay.
over this side, because the camera only captures this.
Over here.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay. So starting off with an update on what Core has been doing lately. So in general, Core deals with about one report to the conduct team per month, sometimes more. Since previous Core, where there was a separate conduct team, but it ran out of people that wanted to do that job. And so it fell down to Core to continue to deal with that fun issue. But we continue to deal with that and try to keep us all together as one big happy family. The other thing that Core's been working on is the technical roadmap, trying to map out where the project needs to go forward to make sure that we're not missing opportunities. Hiroki, did you want to talk about that a bit?
No.
Yeah. The other big thing that Core's been working on that we'll have other slides on shortly is drafting an AI policy, working with Core and with the various manager teams like Source Manager, Import Manager, and Doc Manager to come up with a policy about AI and maintain the purity of the license in FreeBSD and all the complications that come around that. This Core team has also spent a lot more effort on aligning with the foundation, so providing feedback to the foundation on improving transparency and so on, and you'll see more of that in Ed's talk tomorrow. But in general, working with that, that's part of where the technical roadmap thing is coming from, to also align with future funding directives and so on, making sure that the project and the foundation are pushing in the same direction and skating to where the puck is going to be. And obviously working on making sure that our plan that we, as a collective group of developers, had for 15.0 actually comes to fruition. Most of that is just cheerleading that core does, but reminding people and talking to people to make sure that all the pieces are going to come together to have a really nice package base and hopefully have the package CDN working by then so that we have faster package downloads as well for both package base and the regular third-party ports packages. We've also been working on how to reinvigorate the DocEng team. Over time, the kind of goal there has shifted a lot. Part of the reason why it was called DocEng back in the day rather than Doc Manager was a lot of the work went into maintaining the DocBook XML framework. That's now overcome by events, as the work from previous teams has resulted in. We now have the ASCII doc-based docs, and we don't spend the majority of our time dealing with XML syntax rather than actually writing documentation. And so as the role of that team is evolving, we're looking at how to reinvigorate that and have a charter that's closer to what Source Manager does rather than what Doc Manager or DocEng used to do. And also looking at what the next evolution of the wiki will look like. We're on end-of-life software, but both previous attempts to convert the wiki into something else haven't gained any traction. Of course, one of those was to move it into the Fabricator wiki thing, and it turns out that was a dead end too. So choosing a technology that's actually going to continue to work into the future, although that requires some knowing the future, which is difficult. But working through that, and then also looking at supporting the foundation with project reviews. So when the foundation is deciding which products to fund, having more interaction with the core team and the project so that we have more input on which project should get the priority. And lastly, we want to look at revising the bylaws for core itself, mostly in hopes of having smoother transitions in the future. Currently, the way the core team works is, every 2 years we have an election and replace all 9 people, and that means that oftentimes there's very little carryover on, this list of what we've been working on. And so we're looking at proposals such as replacing 3 of the people on core every year instead of all of them every 2 years or something to that effect. So there's a more gradual transition. That way we see more carry through and more continuity across the core teams while still making sure we're getting fresh people in on an even more regular basis.
Do you want questions now or at the end?
I think as we go makes sense. So I'll repeat the question. Sorry, you asked the question now.
I understand that.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out the question to ask about the bylaw review because I did a ton of work on that and haven't heard anything. So let's go with, who should I talk to give my experience in looking at that? And how do you plan on overcoming the near impossibility of amending our bylaws?
So the question is, Warner, having spent time on this before, wants to know who he should commiserate with, and also how we...
I want to know who to work with.
Okay.
I put a lot of time in on it,
And I
and
wanna-
plan on putting more time in it on in the future.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
sorry if I was
no, that's...
polite and asked my true meaning.
So Warner's point is that he wants to continue carrying this forward and wants to know who he should work with. And lastly, how the core team plans to overcome the near impossibility of adjusting the bylaws. Part of that might be a slight interpretation change where it would be 2/3 of the people who vote rather than 2/3 of the people who could vote in order to actually overcome the fact that our voter turnout is barely 2/3 most of the time. So requiring a 2/3 people to vote yes on it is impractical. But yeah, I think we have a little bit more about that later and definitely would like to continue the discussion. I think it's mostly myself and Dave Kottlehuber who are working on that.
Okay, yeah, I very much want to be involved in that because I've got opinions.
Yes. And I very much want to hear this. Any other questions before we move to the next slide? No? Okay. So on the technical roadmap, the main goal of that is to basically be the primary mechanism for feeding project-like priorities into the foundation. So we want input from the community and especially the developers on how we should classify and organize and rank the projects that we want to push to the foundation to actually make their priorities and get funded and get developed and get committed. And so to do that, we kind of need a roadmap of where do we want the FreeBSD project to be 5 years from now. And once we have that, then it becomes possible for the foundation to build a budget that involves getting to there. But when we often are coming up with these things on the fly as we go, it's much more difficult for anyone to kind of plan. It's very difficult to budget around projects that we don't know are going to happen until they need to happen. So having a technical roadmap where we can plan things out for the next couple of years will be a big advantage there. And we want to make sure that that's coming from all of the teams within the project, not necessarily just core, but having source manager have their input on what projects they need, but also port manager and making sure we have the infrastructure there to continue to maintain all those third-party packages. Getting DocEng to have what they need, including whatever support for translations and other things that are going to help grow the community. Continuing to support cluster admin, making sure we have the hardware and so on to keep building all those packages and hosting the repos and defending our cgit instance from the AI scrapers and all of those various bits. And as well, release engineering and so on to make sure that we continue to have the reliable releases that we want to have to keep projecting new FreeBSD versions on the much appreciated new kind of consistent schedule of releases that I know a lot of consumers of FreeBSD have taken advantage of. And so some of those could be just hardware support, obviously continuing to push and maintain on Wi-Fi. And recently there's the work on IOMMU and having support for really high CPU core counts. But there's possible other areas, including just massive amounts of memory in a system and so on, that we'd like to continue pushing. And basically focusing on planning out 2026 at this point. And so if you have projects you'd like to see happen there, we'd like to have that input as quickly as possible so that we can develop that into a roadmap and a plan. Does anybody have questions or suggestions for technical roadmap? All right. Now we get to the fun one. So, we've been looking at what other projects are doing, including the Apache project and NetBSD and so on, and trying to decide how to communicate the policy around AI. In particular, a lot of the value of the FreeBSD project comes from the fact that you have all the components are clearly licensed under the BSD license or something relatively compatible to that. If we allow kind of unfettered AI submissions, that could taint that very easily. Oftentimes, the output of AI is not directly copyrightable for one of many different reasons and can also end up including things that are licensed some other way without an indication of that. And that becomes a very large problem. Some of the other policies that exist out there, including the ones from like the Linux Foundation, have really strange wording about, you have to check the terms of service of the AI you're using and see if it allows you to license the things and so on. It's like, none of them actually provide certainty around that. So the policy is that you need to do something impossible, which really isn't a good way to do it. So mostly what we're looking at this point is that, save for very minor things that fall under the de minimis rule, we don't think that AI-generated code should be submitted at all. In particular, as part of committing things to FreeBSD, there's the agreement that you actually have the right to license. Did my mic go? Okay. To license the content that you're submitting under the license that it is, in most cases, the BSDCan clause license. And if you don't actually have the ability to attest that this content is licensed that way, then you shouldn't be committing it to FreeBSD. Do you want to talk more about that?
Yeah, there is lots of nuance here because, as example, as a non-native English speaker, what if when I'm committing stuff in Git, it will be written for a long period of time? I don't want to showing to the world all my poor English. So can I use AI to just do wording, to fix my spelling, grammar, wording error? What about the same use in comment? On what if people are using AI tool just for as a command complete, just to accelerate the typing, not to generate algorithm, but just to fix the typing or stuff like that. So there is kind of nuance here on how to draw a line of no AI at all. On what about spelling check? And so this is where all the policy became very complex on how to be able to write clear rules about this kind of blurry usage. So this is why the AI policy perhaps needs a little bit of nuance, like a big no. So yeah, this is why it's a very complex problem, how to be able to write the rules about that. So,
yeah, and I think Hiroki can talk a little bit more about this in a second, but it's even there drawing the fine line between using AI to improve the wording of your commit message versus when you get into things like translation, where that content actually needs to be copyrightable and the AI-generated translation is not. Do you want to talk about that a little bit more? Just the problems with AI for translation?
So translation project in a free or open source project have a long discussion about the machine-generated translation can be accepted in the project or not. And the general answer was varied depending on the project, but due to a lack of manpower of the translation, some projects actually accepting the generated results intact, but it causes the problem of the false authorship, and it can endanger the consistency of the license of the project. So we didn't have a clear consensus, but if we accept the machine-generated results without any deep consideration, we can lost the consistency of the license. So that is a point we have to take care of, and we have a discussion, and we should have a consensus on that. So we are now discussing within the community right now.
Yeah, and a big part of that is being able to provide very consistent kind of rules for people so that they're easy to follow, instead of having problems of, each committer having to try to lawyer out what is a copyrightable block of text versus not. At what point does a commit message become long enough that it's not de minimis versus, doing a translation where, we're generating a whole document and that needs to be copyrightable, so can't be AI. And so trying to make it as straightforward as possible for people to know what should and shouldn't be allowed, while still maintaining the nuance of not, hampering people from getting the advantages of accelerating their work, but without endangering the licensability of the generated code or documentation. Questions? Christos?
Sorry, I don't mean to sound like closed-minded, but I think if we start allowing small things, like, okay, now you can do some translation, I think in 5 years, 10 years, it might be, okay, now maybe you can write some code as well. I think if we're not absolute about no AI usage, then it opens the door for more and more less quality code. And I think projects survive 40 years, 50 years without AI, so I think it's probably not worth the complexity we'll introduce.
Yeah, so Chris's point was it's a slippery slope. If we allow some AI in the door, it will continue to get wider and wider until it gets into where it shouldn't. And that's part of the problem with the policy. We need to allow enough that we're not inhibiting people, especially with disabilities and so on, but at the same time not risking the license. Warner?
Yeah, it would be useful to screen submissions with AI, for example, to see if a human is worth looking at or we can just throw it away and ignore it.
Right, and so
Things like that might be useful to allow.
Mhm.
I think an absolute approach is not useful. Also, 5 years from now, we will be in an entirely different AI world than we are today.
Mhm.
A lot of the ethical concerns about the internet being stolen to train the AIs that we have today might no longer be the case or might be stronger. So it's difficult to know how to do this for plan for the long term.
Yeah. So Warner's point is we don't want to completely shut out AI because there are places where it can be useful where it's not contentious. For example, having it do pre-commit screening where it's not generating code, it's just looking at it and deciding if a human needs to look at it or if it already found things that it should be sent back to the submitter to fix before someone from the project spends time on it. And I think that's a good use case for AI. Since it's not actually generating any code, it's just reviewing it and providing feedback. And his point that planning too far into the future is difficult because we don't know in 5 years whether the kind of legal concerns will have been resolved or will just be worse. And so, this policy is likely to continue to evolve, but we do want to have something in place now. And I think to Warner's point, in 5 years, what a developer looks like might be different to the point where it's possible that in the future it will be difficult to find developers who aren't kind of dependent on AI. And we don't want to limit ourselves there, but at the same time, the core part of FreeBSD is the license, and that can't be put at risk. And so that's why we'll have to have a pretty hard policy for now, and then adapt over time. Christos has a follow-up?
Yeah, so you said that we cannot predict the future, that in 5 years maybe AI is so widespread that we cannot avoid it, essentially. But my point was, what if we, how can I say, that while we cannot predict the future, and if everyone is using AI, that does not necessarily mean that we should also use AI.
Correct.
Automatically. Like we could stick to our own proven way of decades-long quality code instead of trying new approaches that might end up backfiring at some point.
Yeah, so Christos's comment.
Conservative approach.
Yeah, comment was that we don't need to necessarily just do things because other people are doing them, and I agree that's why our policy for now is a relatively hard no with a few carve-outs, rather than trying to leave it more open to interpretation. And then over time, if the technology becomes proven and the ethical and legal concerns get resolved, then we can adapt. But for now, while things are in the air, it is definitely we can't risk that right now. That AI is too ambiguous, especially on the licensing and ethical side, to allow that to get into our repo, especially since it is now even more difficult than in the past to try to take something out of the repo after the fact. Any other questions or comments?
I have a question for you. So please raise your hand if you are already using the AI-assisted tool in your development, actually. Okay, and please keep raising your hands if it is very useful and you want to continue to use that. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we are discussing the policy, and it is not a black and white problem, and we are not going to say just no, and it is important for us to understand what the risk is and how to deal with it. So yeah, let's discuss this policy and continuously, and we have to update based on the current status and the legal changes in the world, as Alan stated.
Yep, and just another point of clarification is that we are allowing the AI tools to be added to the ports tree, since having the tools is kind of unrelated to the policy about what code can be committed to FreeBSD, and we want to make sure that users have access to useful tools. But yeah, still, any actual code or documentation or anything that gets written, when you commit it, you are signing off that you have the authority to actually license that code under the license you're contributing under. And if it's AI generated, you can't actually say that. So please don't commit things you don't have the copyright on to the port or to the source or ports tree or doc tree. So onto the topic of the foundation. We've been working on improving communications and the relationship and alignment between the project and the foundation. Much more frequent meetings between the core team and the foundation, and talking about what they're doing and pressing them to improve transparency and have more involvement from the project on what projects and so on at the foundation actually get funded and developed. You had a question?
Yeah, sorry to backtrack a little bit, and this may be out of the scope of the AI policy, but I think AI can be used...
Wait, hold on, we have a mic now, so you can actually ask your question that way.
This may be a little bit out of the scope of the AI policy itself, but I think what AI is most useful for, and I use it for in my work, I never actually use it to write code, but looking through large code bases. I think we should encourage new users that want to contribute to specific parts of FreeBSD to maybe ask AI where they can contribute, where they can find specific parts of the code to make their changes and test them out. Because when I'm just diving into a massive code base and I don't know anything about it, like
or where to find
I recently
things
did this in OpenSSL, I just asked AI and it pointed me right to where I needed to look. So it's very helpful in that regard.
Yeah, and I think that gets back to Warner's point about being able to use the tools to do things like see a large incoming submission and see if it makes sense for a person to look at that, or if there's obvious enough problems that we should send it back to the submitter. And so I think that kind of tooling that isn't generating anything that is going to involve a copyright, yes, I think that's a good use of AI. All right. Can you pass the mic to Christos behind you?
Okay, so am I heard?
On the stream, yes.
Okay. So my answer to this would be that yes, it can be useful, of course, but maybe taking the time to dive through a code base and
to the guy in the back corner.
Sorry?
Question. That guy.
Sorry, I was meaning to say that while it may be useful, of course, if you have the answer right away, you save time. But I was thinking that maybe it's a good thing to spend some time and try to navigate through the code base, find out how to read code more efficiently, how to build the skills needed to be a better programmer, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's some value to that, and
the
also the project can improve the documentation about where to find the code, so you're not just looking at the giant code base, but actually knowing where to look. But I don't think that we need to ban the use of, there's no way to enforce banning the use of AI for not a submission anyway. But like, I don't think there's a point in making it harder to be a FreeBSD developer.
So my point initially, when I said we should have an absolute approach, wasn't to, of course, you cannot.
Right.
You cannot forbid someone from using AI in their computer. That's obvious. I meant that we should send a message that this is not kind of welcome approach, that we want people who know their stuff and will spend the time to figure out their stuff instead of saying, I don't know. I don't have a
I don't know that we want to be overly.
I think it's a slippery slope indeed.
Puritanical about who's a real developer, but
no, not real. Like more that you spend the time to dig through something instead of wanting the answer.
Okay. So in the back.
Hey.
Oh, I can't read.
Okay.
No, I got him a microphone already.
Still getting used to it. Do you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, working. Okay, I probably will be a little bit in minority here. Just a couple of counterpoints on all this stuff. To me, it seems a little bit overinflated. I think right now people are just scared about those technologies and don't know how it works and how to use it. But I've been using it for 3 years, like for most development tasks, and it helps a lot, not only writing code, but like debugging code, and I can give you tons of examples where I was working on some strange part of the stack, and I just don't understand. You dump it to the to the AI, and it gets you around pretty quickly. But anyway, I think would be interesting to see a little bit of opposite direction in terms of how a project is going to embrace AI, because it's definitely going to stay, and we should think about how we can maybe use it. Yes, for the, I discussed for benefit, because at some point we could even like. I would imagine we would be able to load the whole source tree into some kind of model and do useful stuff with it, and who knows what else. Anyway.
Right, and so I think using it for tools, like Warner's example of pre-submit testing,
and I think
example
in,
of debugging.
Just on my kind of last point, I think in 5 years it's probably we'll see it like as extended text editor.
Yeah, I just think right now there's legal ambiguity about the copyrightability of it, and if you don't own the copyright to something, you can't contribute it to FreeBSD. That is our policy, and that will not change. Maybe the question about the copyrightability of AI-generated code will change in the future, but the project's policy is you can't contribute things you don't own or control the copyright to, because otherwise we're not the FreeBSD project. We're just a project with a jumble of code that you can't license. Go ahead, John.
So I have a question from Dave, who I guess didn't ask this question before, like DCH Dave. What do you say?
He wrote most of this, so I don't know what his question is.
I'm just the messenger.
Yep.
Oh, I guess he has a question for the room, but you may also want to comment on this. Can you put your hands up if you would be okay with a large language model trained solely on our commit tree and history? And then I guess the question for you perhaps is that something you're thinking about?
I don't know that it's something we've really considered. I think to do that properly, we'd have to have almost everyone who's committed something have their agreement to do that. Like, you know, even if it's most of us, if enough of us object, it seems like it wouldn't be ethical to submit although at this point, because of the scraping of the internet that Warner mentioned, I think all of our code base has already been subsumed by all the existing LLMs. Although having one that was trained on only our stuff, and you know, we know that nothing in it contains GPL copyrighted code or something, might make something useful. But I think a big part of that is going to be getting a very majority consensus from the people who have contributed in order to, you know, agree to that on the ethical grounds. And I think that poses a whole set of challenges, even back to, you know, the opening thing there, where not everyone's around to give their consent anymore.
Maybe I'll reply a bit on that. I agree on ethical questions. I think the BSD license as written probably does permit.
Yeah.
But, and so there's perhaps room for some gray. But yes.
Yeah, I guess you know, the point of the BSD license is that anybody can take this and do what they want with it as long as they respect those two rules. So. Oh, Colin has something.
If we were going to do this, we would need to not just take everything that's in the FreeBSD tree, because over time there has been a lot of GPL code in the tree. You would need to be careful about filtering out and only getting the BSD licensed parts of the BSD tree.
Yeah, like likely we want to possibly exclude even the CDDL license bits if we're going to generate an LLM, or maybe we have two, one with everything and one with only the BSD license stuff or something. But I think you know, a big part of the point of this would be something that we could be sure everything it generated was BSD licensed, and so yeah, we'd have to curate the input to never have anything that wasn't already BSD licensed as input. And that could be difficult even on especially dual license stuff. Like, you know, if we give it the Intel graphics drivers that are BSD licensed but also GPL licensed, does that pose a whole different set of complexities and so on? Emmerich.
Honestly, I really doubt it would be even possible to train an LLM that would be of any use on the FreeBSD code base.
Because it's just not a large enough.
Yeah, it's very small, and even existing LLMs who have consumed FreeBSD and many other projects are kind of useless at very like specific work. So yeah, either way, whichever the ethical answer is, I don't think it's possible to do that.
Yeah. Any more questions before we move on to? No? Okay. So yeah, back to working with the foundation. We've had a lot more meetings than in the past with the foundation, including both in-person and online meetings, working to understand how things work from their side, especially as those have evolved over the last few years with their bigger staff and so on, and identifying areas of conflict or confusion between the community and the foundation. Part of that spurred by the Baptiste's previous developer survey and just in general. And that's why you're seeing more and more transparency from the foundation on how funding is allocated and so on. And then using our additions to the survey the foundation did, where we added a bunch of questions based on Baptiste's previous survey, so that we can continue to monitor that over time and see that, you know, we are improving the community's understanding and perception of the foundation, and that you're continuing to create that openness and transparency so people understand what the foundation is doing and how decisions are made, and continuing to improve that process so that the project and the community have more input into the foundation's decisions. But you know, this is all still ongoing and lots of work. Anybody have any questions or comments on that? So the key inputs of what goes into the core team's planning and into the foundation planning and priorities are obviously the individual user and community surveys that we do together with the foundation, direct feedback to the foundation that they receive from people who donate and just users in general, input that the core team gets from user meetings and discussions and other groups, as well as obviously the foundation has their board reviews and their annual budget, and core is working on a technical roadmap to lay out what the project and the foundation's priorities going forward could be, and then, you know, obviously talking to everyone at conferences. So, you know, if you have ideas that should go into this technical roadmap or questions or whatever, please do talk to both the core team and the foundation about that. So yes, on to Warner's favorite topic here, the bylaw review. You know, the last election ran into an interesting issue where, well, an unfortunate issue in this case, especially with the timing of, you know, the core election being just after, or closing just after BSDCan. And, you know, our 9th member sadly isn't here. And that posed a whole set of problems, and maybe the bylaws can be updated a little bit to deal with that type of situation, or just provide more clarity on what can be done and when things happen. But the other thing that's been a continuing problem for core is just the handover. In general, you know, the outgoing core team is outgoing, and they have a meeting with the incoming core team, and they hand over a list of tasks, and then the outgoing core team is gone now, and they are not usually that interested in following up and so on. And so there's usually a pretty big reset with a new core team. And that often means that some things that were in flight don't get carried over as well as we would like. And so that's why we think some kind of more gradual replacement, a kind of a little bit more ship of Theseus kind of idea of if we're only replacing some of the members of core each term, that we'll get more carry through and so on. But working out the specifics of that, including, when people depart the core team early, are we replacing 4 people if we need to replace 3 and so on, or does one person stay on longer in order to replace other people? And it's a whole other set of things where we need to come up with rules that are going to make sense in situations we can't necessarily predict, and so on. And that there's clarity to the community and figuring out also just the transition. If we're moving from electing everybody every 2 years to having this kind of rolling thing, how do we actually start that and get switched over to that mechanism? Because there's a bunch of different ways it could be done, and we want to make sure it is done in the best possible way. The other thing there is just in general, the turnout for the elections has been not great. It tends to track similar to general elections in Canada, and that number is shockingly low. Like less than 2/3 of people generally are casting a vote, and we have a voting period of over a month. So I don't think anybody has the excuse that they didn't have time or didn't know it was coming. So I would also be interested in knowing from people who didn't vote why that was. One second. And then the last part is we also got some feedback from the election officer, the person who ran the election for us this last time, about some of the issues they faced and how we might improve that process.
I'll make this quick. 3 points. One, all the complicated rules and stuff you're talking about handover is why I think we should basically completely replace.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we've had criticism about our membership of core only representing developers. We need to fix that.
Yep.
I could go at length about maybe ways to do that. And then third, the current bylaws are poorly suited for Git because what is a commit according to the bylaws? Is it having an author line? Is it having a committed line? You could make debates in a number of ways, so we need to make things a little clearer about that. So
yeah, and maybe decide what, that there's less of a hard line between a contributor and a committer now, and maybe it wouldn't be bad to have more people be able to vote for core.
Right.
And that might solve the problem of the developer focus.
Right, so that's, those are things that need to be carefully considered, and why I was excited earlier in the conversation about wanting to ask questions about this. So this could be an entire discussion on its own, but I don't think we need to have it here and now.
Not right now, but we do want to.
We need to have it.
Yes.
But not in this room right this minute, although a few extra comments would be bad if people had them. But
yes, definitely would like
I just wanted to
input.
Add a little bit of color to some of the problems that are listed here. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments about changing the FreeBSD core team bylaws?
I'll throw one out.
Okay. You were the last person to try to do this, right?
It's okay. It's all right. The tire marks on the back of myself from the bus are mostly cleared up. One thing that both Warner and I have discussed is that the initial bylaws, we kind of by fiat made up a rule for how we would adopt them. Kind of like adopting a constitution in a country. You just make up what the standard is for adopting the new one. And so rather than trying to reinterpret the current way of amending, you could just have a new one from scratch with its own made up standard for adopting it. and that's how you could amend the standard for how you amend it. And that might be the most
Easier
straightforward way to get
way
there.
to go, yeah. So why didn't you do that last time? Because you thought it was going to work, right? Okay.
You don't want the IDARs, believe me.
Okay.
This idea postdates John's effort.
Ah, okay. But yes, I think that is probably the much more straightforward way to go. Any other questions? Is anyone actually awake? Okay.
Actually, I have one thought.
Yes?
But I'll look for a question. Oh, were you going to ask it? Oh, okay. On the roadmap, one suggestion is that, or perhaps clarification, I believe that the consumer of the roadmap is not just the foundation,
For sure.
but the community at large, because in many cases, especially volunteer folks, would like to know what's useful to work on when they don't necessarily have a task picked out, but they have some hours to spend. And so I think one way in which it is useful is, it is quite useful for the foundation to know what the priorities are, because that is actually one of our key inputs for making decisions. But it is also quite useful for other folks, whether it's corporate interests who want to know how to spend some kind of donate in, you know, in kind resources, or for volunteers to know how to spend time. So a roadmap is not, on the slide it just said foundation. I just kind of wanted to clarify it's actually targeted at a very broad audience.
Yeah, and I think it's also handy there, specifically to that point, to have a roadmap that contains more things than just what the foundation can do, and that it's clear which ones maybe are already being worked on and by who, so that people can join those efforts or focus on the places that are not staffed already. But we're very much looking for more input on what people would like to see on a roadmap. You know, maybe we can start with, you know, kind of extending out the have, need, want session a bit to like looking further forward, where would we want to get to? Kind of, you know, the want session usually is a bit more of nice to have kind of thing. And like if we're looking forward, where do we need, but we know it's going to be a while, and how do we break that down into smaller pieces that we can actually start achieving to get there?
Another thing to consider for roadmap purposes are have, need, want in particular tends to focus on technical topics.
Yep.
But a nice goal might be something like, we would like to have 10 new committers in 2 years. So it would be good to be open to all sorts of different types of things that could be in the roadmap, not things that are strictly things that show up merely in the form of a patch.
Yeah.
But things that affect the community in other ways.
Yeah. Or yeah, like we've seen with Kirk's chart of like, you know, can we pull the average age down a little bit?
Wow, now that's it all.
That's
You're getting very ambitious
Yeah,
there. You have to have goals you can actually meet, but yes.
Right.
Although I like that one. That's a good stretch goal.
Yes.
Hey, I'm working on it. You know, we're getting to the point that, you know, mine are getting old enough.
Any other questions or thoughts? Oh, yeah.
So it's not really a question, but
Wait, the stream would like to hear it, so.
Okay.
It's not really a question, but I'm a person in my 20s, and looking at the history, it seems like we have a steady stream of people in their 20s that come here. It's really nice that there's lots of older folks for people to learn from when everybody's in their 20s. If you look around at projects like that, it's like super duper toxic. Thanks.
Yeah, like I think to kind of John's point, on a roadmap, we also might want to look at where our source of new young people can be from. You know, in the past, a big chunk of that was from derivative projects, like TrueNAS and pfSense and OpenSense and so on. And with some of those going away now, are we losing a channel of people that would have become FreeBSD users and committers? And what can we do to make up for that? Or how can we find other channels to continue to bring more people in on also, especially the kind of sysadmin DevOps side, not just the developer side? Because, I know there's a whole generation of people that got into FreeBSD when they worked at dial-up ISPs out of high school and college, and that doesn't exist anymore. And then there was the next thing and the next thing, but what is going to be that next thing that's going to be the next set of FreeBSD developers and users and administrators?
Yeah, I just want to plug the GitHub pull requests.
Yes.
If you want to help with that, see me. I think that's a good
It
conduit
is
for
very
some
good.
potential new people. We've gotten 3 or 4 that way, and other stuff I'll talk during Source Manager. So.
But yes, thank you very much for spearheading that and for everyone involved in making the GitHub pull request stuff happen, because I think that is a very big channel for incoming people. We have to that point, we have to go to where the people are in order to attract these new people. We don't quite have the same name recognition anymore where we can expect people to come to us based solely on the name recognition. Joseph, or Benedict, then Joseph.
Right. Is there some kind of strategy regarding different communication channels like Discord, Matrix, Slack, Messenger of your choice? Like, I see a lot of splittering of individual groups into different communication channels that don't necessarily overlap into others. I know there's a need for some communication to be private, but I see a lot of people that are new to the project don't know like where to go. Is it Telegram? Is it Signal? Is it Matrix? Is it whatever?
Yeah,
do you have something in mind to solve that?
Yes and no. Part of it is, back to my previous point, we have to go to where the people already are. And so, even if we don't like Discord, if there are 6,000 people there, then we probably need to be there, even if we don't want to be. But at the same time, yes, having a little more focus instead of some people are on IRC, Slack, Matrix, Discord, the forums, etc. Although we also tend to see sometimes a generational divide there. There are a certain group of people who only like the mailing lists, and then a different age of people are on forums, and a different age of people are on Discord. And I don't think you're going to get any of those people to move. But yeah, and there's a whole different question about, when does a certain, communication channel or community space become official, right? The Discord got FreeBSD in the name, but it's not run by the FreeBSD project. There are volunteers that run it, and what's the right level of, are they kind of quasi-official, or is it official? If they're official, do certain people, like who takes over administration? And it gets all kinds of complicated. And so, yeah, it's definitely things that we're looking at how to do that in the best possible way, and especially to take advantage of the people who are currently volunteering to do that, and not wanting to alienate them out of wanting to do that or anything to that degree. Joseph, go ahead.
So, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Christos, Jake, Americ, Matthias were all introduced to the project through GSOC. So
I think so, yep.
Oh, and Boyan? You too. Boyan
Yeah.
too. So it seems like that's a pretty good vehicle for getting new young people. And I know I mentioned this a lot, but it's a constant battle to get people like Warner. And there's lots of other people here too. But Warner's done a whole lot, so and he's right in front of me. We need people to mentor, and to come up with new projects.
Yeah, I think both of those things, obviously mentors are huge, but also projects that have the right kind of scope and scale for a GSOC project. Not necessarily because we want every GSOC project to be immediately successful and committed to the tree, but that it needs to set the student up for enough success that they will want to continue working on it. And yeah, those can be hard to come by, but I think we do need to spend more time trying to enumerate more of those projects and then match them up with people to mentor them and make them happen.
Yeah, so our success rate, I don't want to define it or describe it as a success rate, but probably, I think we talked about this last night, something like under 25%, 15% maybe of the projects actually get committed to the tree. But the main goal is just to attract new people. And
Right,
so,
but I think in particular, do we know what percentage of people that do a GSOC end up getting a commit bit? Because I think it's much higher than 15%, although it's not 100%, obviously. But I think that might be the more useful yardstick for that particular.
Well, I do think it is useful to define what do you mean by success. And
Yeah.
I wouldn't say patch merge to tree during the GSOC period is success. That
No,
would be a pretty
that's-
poor metric. So I
yeah.
do think it's important to make sure the language isn't implying that. Like my student that I have this year, I told him at the very beginning that the best outcome is that he becomes a committer. You know,
Exactly.
if the code works, that's great. Or if the code takes time to land later, or if it comes in pieces, whatever. Like it's how far you get. It's not really, and even if the student does well and learns and gains useful experience that makes them valuable to employer in the future, and they don't become a committer, that is success. Because that's actually Google's like metric in
Metric,
fact. And so if we have a good relationship, we have a student doesn't fail, that's success. And I think we should maybe use a metric more along
Yeah.
those
or even
lines
just-
than we got to patch
Does the
the
person
tree.
continue to be involved in FreeBSD after Google's not paying them?
Yeah, I mean, I guess to emphasize that point, I mean, if you consider corporate internships, your success metric is not that you hire them when they graduate.
Right.
You know, you would like some of that, but it is not. Anybody who thinks they're going to get 80% conversion on that is an idiot,
Mhm.
or else they're really paying really well and the Coke is great. You know, it's fine. It's actually, I mean, GSOC is a terrible internship, I will say. Like, it's not well structured, there's not organization, there's not like a place to go or anything like that. So we should expect, you know, in a sense, worse conversion than, say, a corporate internship.
Mhm.
So pretty low numbers, I think, are quite acceptable, even if it's a bit frustrating.
Yeah, so Emmerich?
Yeah.
He's already got a mic.
Do we know how many people are purely introduced to FreeBSD through GSOC, or people who would anyway have gone into FreeBSD and just happen to do GSOC? Because speaking
Well,
for
since we
myself,
have a whole row of them there, of the GSOC people, how many of you had heard of FreeBSD before getting involved in GSOC? So it looks like maybe 2/3 of them had heard of FreeBSD before?
well, heard of and wanting to go into it is different. I mean, for my part, I was interested in going into FreeBSD anyway, and GSOC gave me a way to do it,
Mhm.
so it probably accelerated it. But I think either way, I would have, you
Right.
know. And so I wonder how many GSOC students are actually introduced to FreeBSD through this versus GSOC students who are already interested, like alternative operating systems or whatever. And
It seems,
given
based on
enough
who's in
time.
the room, about 1/3 of them didn't know about FreeBSD before GSOC.
Right, that's cool.
The foundation asks that in the survey, that they make you answer, like, posted on the forum and. I think the foundation gives you a survey as a GSOC student with a number of questions about yourself, and I think one of them is like, how did you find out about FreeBSD or something
Mhm.
similar like that. You could maybe take
Yeah,
that
there
answer
might be
and
data
get an
we can get.
actual statistic.
Yeah, that would be useful data there.
So, losing things. It's actually, we do an interview typically with the students, and that's where we ask those questions. But putting it in a survey format is not a terrible idea. So, thank you.
So do you write the answers down, and would you be able to get a metric of how many people in GSOC had heard of FreeBSD before?
For the interviews we did.
Okay. I think another point that we could do there as a project is enabling the students at the start of the project better. I know an idea we've had before is like if we had a VM image that already had, you know, a Git checkout set up and a GUI and an editor, so that students that were maybe not as familiar with FreeBSD could fire up that VM, and then it has the Samba sharing to their regular computer desktop, so they can use whatever code editor IDE they're already used to, write the code, and then just go into the VM to do the build world and so on. I think that might help them get started a lot more easily, and might lead to some of the early failures being mitigated.
So I also want to add a few things about GSOC. So first, Joe's going to go in a little more detail tomorrow during his talk, I believe. He's been keeping more stats because we've been involved with GSOC since the beginning. We've been accepted every single year, which is really big for our project. And because there's a lot of open source projects that do apply every year, and it's growing. And but I wanted to share something too. Joe had mentioned about always looking for mentors, and so I want to highlight someone here who's here, Amrik. And so I met Amrik. I think it was a couple of FOSDEMs ago, and he had talked about how he really wanted to get involved with FreeBSD, and he was interested in GSOC. And then he was a student that following summer, which was really exciting to see. And now he's a contributor. He's been doing some contract work for us. But I think the coolest thing about his story is the fact that he's a mentor this year. So it was like, it wasn't last summer, it was the summer before that, yeah. And so I'm sharing that because for the young people, you may not feel like you're qualified or you have the experience to do this, and you are. And because Madhi, who's not here, he's another person who contributes to the project. He was also a GSOC student. And at one of the FOSDEMs, we used to have a developer summit there. And so he had this idea he wanted to share during the meeting. And I said, well, why don't you mentor this? And he said, I can't do this. I'm way too young and new and inexperienced. And I said, co-mentor, you can do it. It's your idea. And he did. And so he worked with someone else who had a little more experience doing this. So this mentor mentored a new mentor, and then he also became, I think, at 1 or 2 years, worked with Joe, since Joe runs the program basically for the project, and he helped administrate it too, and so he got involved that way. So it is a great avenue for us to get new people introduced to the project. Thank you.
Yep. Probably last question.
Going once, twice. Oh, Andrew has something. Or he just wants his mic back.
So from the YouTube chat,
okay.
The question is, will FreeBSD continue to support the PowerPC CPU architecture?
That's a source manager question.
We'll talk about this afternoon. But I think we're ready actually for our first break. So we'll take a break for about 30 minutes and be back here at 11 a.m. local time. Waiting for a thumbs up.
You tell me when. Good morning.
Are we good?
Good morning.
All right.
You got it?
All right. So
I can hear myself.
I'll introduce you.
All right.
Our next talk is going to be Rick Miller from VeriSign.
Hello, and good morning. It's good to be here. I see a few familiar faces here today. The most recent BSD conference that I was at was in 2019. So it's good to see those of you that I've not seen in that 6 years, and to connect with those I've worked with in that time and haven't had a chance to meet face to face. I'm the speaker before lunch, so I'll keep it short so that your lunch isn't cut short. I think that I have around 30 minutes of content, so we should be good to go. For those who don't know me, my name is Rick Miller, and I'm a Unix systems engineer at VeriSign. I've worked there for about 20 years. VeriSign's a DNS root server operator and a domain registry for the common net top-level domains. I've been working with FreeBSD now for about 15 years in my role at VeriSign, where I specify and implement FreeBSD OS standards within the global DNS infrastructure. What that means is I manage the FreeBSD base OS and ports build pipelines, base and ports software lifecycles for FreeBSD in the DNS, and the baseline OS and application configurations in alignment with CIS, NIST, and other security standards. I also support diverse OS installations for DNS resolution and domain registry systems using both Linux and BSD operating systems. I'm presenting today OS diversity and FreeBSD in the field. I won't be able to cover specific details about our use case, but I will be able to describe what OS diversity is, why it is important in practice. I'll talk about a few examples where OS diversity is important in practice, and I'll identify a couple of organizations that use an OS diverse strategy. Finally, we'll touch on reasons why an organization might choose FreeBSD as a diverse OS platform. This talk in general tells VeriSign's story from evaluation, adoption, and deployment of FreeBSD in VeriSign infrastructure. Though some of the details may differ, it's important to us that the security and resilience of the DNS and ComNet registries is upheld. So we deploy an alternate OS that is a tool used to deliver on our core mission. We don't have cycles to be focused on the OS except where it concerns our core mission, which is to enable secure and reliable communications on the internet. We've developed relationships in the FreeBSD community which allows us to deliver on that mission. First, allow me to acknowledge and thank the FreeBSD Foundation for inviting me to give this presentation and the community for its interest. So, what is OS diversity? OS diversity is the deployment of multiple server operating systems in networked and distributed systems. It is a contrasting notion to monocultures where a single operating system is deployed. OS diversity enables operators to ensure systems maintain proper behavior in attack and intrusion scenarios. By adjusting or realigning system resources when one OS is impacted or targeted. It is appropriate in systems with extensive deployment and testing protocols where same-day patching strategies are not available. And the notion of OS delivery or OS diversity may contribute where organizations operate critical systems that must be resilient to zero-day events. Consider things like the internet infrastructure and the DNS, the domain name system. Also consider cases like municipal emergency services like fire and rescue. Also think about transportation collision avoidance systems, where system failures could result in loss of life. There are also economic and geopolitical impacts. The internet is the digital battlefield where the nation-state economies, politics, elections, and commerce may be vulnerable to zero-day events, all of which have cascading impacts on populations. While these are the most dire of consequences, there are damaging consequences to consider like commercial, financial, and operational damages, impacts to individual, organizational, reputation, and trust, and regulatory implications like those associated with the GDPR in Europe. In practice, the OS diversity applies at all layers of the OSI model, but in this talk, we primarily address diversity at layer 6, in particular where it implements system resilience and introduces vulnerability, intrusion, and fault tolerance. I cover application and hardware diversity as well, briefly where defense in depth strategies are concerned. So OS diversity serves as an insurance policy ensuring that distributed systems are capable of functioning as intended even under adverse conditions. And these are reasons for considering OS diversity within a distributed system. I should add here that I'm not privy to any case where VeriSign has executed upon an OS diverse strategy, but I wouldn't be able to talk about it if I were. I'm also unable to disclose many details regarding VeriSign's use case. Zero-day defenses are a key aspect in diverse strategy and can be invoked to limit impact to targeted components in networked and distributed systems. It introduces the capability to offline or realign system components or resources to maintain proper system function. It reduces the window in which systems are vulnerable to 0 days. And more complex defenses are increasingly prudent in an age where AI-powered attacks are increasing in frequency and complexity. OS diversity introduces defense in depth strategies. Defense in depth is the implementation of security strategies at multiple layers and at multiple layers in distributed systems. Consider, for example, that OS diversity primarily deploys different OS kernels. That means that one may be vulnerable to vectors that the other is not, and vice versa. So additionally, such a notion enables the deployment of multiple host-based firewalls, like IPF or PF on the BSDs, and IP tables or NF tables on Linux. All of these provide diversity and defense in depth. The OS diverse strategy also plays a part in direct networking, where FreeBSD ports makes NetMap available, and Linux uses DPTK. As you can see, different OSs provide OS diversity in various different technologies. But that's not all. Diversity may also be implemented with diverse hardware platforms in compute and networking systems, which serve as part of a defense in depth strategy. Increasing depth in defenses is a sound strategy that requires attackers to form increasingly complex offenses to impact system behavior. OS diverse applications enable strategies to reduce single points of failures, like attack surface mitigation, which divides or isolates attack surfaces into smaller, less connected components. Consider an application that deploys small discrete components and functions across platforms like .NET or Java, and that the discrete components are isolated from others. The fragmentation of system components in multiple operating systems limits the ability of a single point of failure having global systematic impact. OS diversity thus improves a system's ability to handle varying workloads in normal and atypical circumstances. And I'll touch a little bit on that in a minute. OS diversity aligns with VeriSign's Atlas platform. That platform is our platform, which several of our applications rely on for global DNS resolution in A and J root. Now, there are many more examples where OS diversity is valuable than these that we're going to talk about here, but we don't have the time to discuss all of them, so only a few examples were selected for Linux and FreeBSD to briefly describe. Let's first talk about Linux for now. The XZ utils backdoor is a semi-recent disclosure. Who recalls that? Some of you may, yeah. See, many of you recall that since it was disclosed in the not-so-recent past, it's an example where Linux was impacted and FreeBSD was not. It was discovered in March 2024 by an engineer investigating performance regressions in OpenSSH. And it enjoyed wide deployment. After we investigated it, we concluded that the malactor was the leading XZ development developer. And he committed the vulnerable code to the liblzma library. And it enjoyed wide deployment, particularly with Debian. The malicious code targeted Linux-specific technologies and permitted remote users presenting a specific a specific private key to authenticate and remotely access systems. FreeBSD was not impacted by this because the prerequisite infrastructure like autoconf generated scripts and make files are stripped when they're imported into FreeBSD. FreeBSD was not impacted because of that. This isn't to dismiss the supply chain risk. The reality is, though, that it targeted Linux-specific technologies that are not implemented in FreeBSD. That is kind of aggravating. There's also dirty cal, which is a race condition in the way that Linux kernel's memory subsystem handles copy-on-write breakage. Copy-on-write is a memory optimization strategy that writes new pages when a process needs to modify the original page. It leaves the original page unmodified, so other processes using it are not impacted by modifications. The race condition is said to have existed in the implementation for about 10 years before it was discovered. Dirty cal allows local privilege escalation with a successfully implemented attack that permitted unauthorized users access to read-only memory used in the copy-on-write technique. There's a use after free flaw in Linux kernel socket implementations. Is also an example of Linux-only impact. The nature of the flaw is that the implementation neglects to set a null value for a certain structure member, and it allowed local attackers to run arbitrary code or cause a denial of service in the sockfssatter system call. So with FreeBSD, there's a few examples here as well. The selective ACK infographic here is AI generated, just for those that I know. So there's a TCP recent or selective ACK denial of service that impacted FreeBSD 12. Recent and selective ACK is an optional TCP extension implemented in implementing connection-based TCP services. This is to say that FreeBSD systems are not impacted unless it was compiled in. Selective and recent ACK is particularly useful in environments with high packet loss or reordering behavior. Senders can retransmit packets that seem to have been dropped. A well-crafted TCP recent ACK packet could cause a denial of service in FreeBSD where lists in memory can grow unbounded, ultimately causing a denial of service. Linux's recent or selective ACK implementation differs enough that attackers would need to change the attack vector in order to exploit it. There was recently, in 2018, there was a kernel memory disclosure in get and set context system calls. Those were in FreeBSD 10 and 11 in particular. They presented incomplete initialization of struct padding in the kernel. The system calls provide a user-land interface to getting and setting context of calling processes, and they returned incorrectly initialized structs to the user process, exposing small amounts of kernel memory. Unprivileged local user programs may then be able to access this privileged kernel data and exploiting the weakness. Linux kernels were not impacted because the system calls are kernel and OS specific. And now we have Ktrace. Ktrace, this was announced earlier this year, impacting FreeBSD 14. Ktrace kernel memory disclosure. So Ktrace enables the FreeBSD kernel process trace logging for specific processes and logs such traces until the process exits or the trace point is cleared. In some cases, Ktrace will log the contents of the kernel structure to user space. This can result in up to 14 uninitialized bytes of kernel memory being leaked to user space, thus allowing the caller to view the contents of the structure. Because FreeBSD Ktrace is FreeBSD kernel specific, it did not impact Linux. So again, these are only a few examples where many, many more exist. I'm curious if anyone has any examples of other Linux or FreeBSD only vulnerabilities where the other was not impacted. Does anybody have an example they'd like to throw out? You in the back? Yeah, wait for the microphone so that the stream can hear. Can you take that microphone? We got noise in the room. You're talking about a vulnerability in the Sony PlayStation? Was this the FreeBSD based?
Yeah. So there was a bug in Umutex op kernel primitive which they used to crack, basically get kind of kernel level privileges on Sony PlayStation, which runs FreeBSD kernel.
Did it only impact the Sony PlayStation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, because they use FreeBSD for the kernel.
Okay. Yeah. Does anybody else have an example they'd like to share? No? Okay. Moving on. So I've got to start this slide out. Who uses OS diversity? I got to start this out by stating that organizations understandably tend not to disclose details of their infrastructure, like the use of such strategies. So there's only a couple of confirmed examples. Web searches and AI bots, they like to provide results indicating some organizations use it, but those results must be validated. I came across many examples that I researched that turned up no actual evidence supporting that they use OS diversity. That said, here's a couple of confirmed of such cases, and the subpoints here are going to be direct citations. So the Swiss Post e-voting system, it's an electronic voting system implemented by the Swiss canton of Geneva that allows its voters to participate in elections electronically. It's intended to increase participation, particularly among citizens living outside the borders. Two other electronic voting systems are implemented by other Swiss cantons, but aren't confirmed to deploy OS diversity. The Post e-voting system, they use Debian and OpenBSD. They deploy it for zero-day resilience, further indicating and stating that simultaneous compromise of both kernels is deemed non-credible. So that is why they use a diverse OS strategy. It's relevant to any CVE targeting systems like IP tables or NF tables in Debian versus PF in OpenBSD. And it's consider CVE 2024-42-270, which is a null pointer dereference in IP tables NAT. OpenBSD is not impacted by virtue of implementing PF as opposed to IP tables. And this system is described in the audit report here by Brian Ford. I've got to start this slide out. Again, we say that we can't disclose many of the details of our infrastructure, but VeriSign operates two DNS root server operators, two DNS root servers, the DNS resolution platforms, and common net registries. OS diversity is deployed in some capacities in these systems for its zero-day defense capabilities. And as mentioned a minute ago, diversity is important to us in the DNS and ComNet registries. We are focused on enabling secure and resilient communication on the internet, and diversity is a big part of that. It empowers us to manage infrastructure in OS kernel-specific targeted attacks and denial of service events where 0 days are prevalent. For example, when Linux is impacted by a 0 day, that infrastructure can be offlined or realigned to mitigate those impacts. So if one OS is impacted by a 0 day, one side of the infrastructure is unavailable for attack in that case. And these two publications here are articles by our CTO, Bert Kaliski, that talk about how diversity is used. And Sean Michael Kerner also published an article about how open source FreeBSD is used in our infrastructure. So why use FreeBSD? An organization may choose FreeBSD as an alternate OS based on, but not limited to, 3 different criteria: common support, standards focus and common tooling, and performance and stability. Let's briefly talk about each one of these. Community support. FreeBSD is supported by a large active community of developers. The project is further supported by the FreeBSD Foundation, whose purpose is to support and promote the OS and the community worldwide. There are FreeBSD mailing lists and bug tracking systems that enable and simplify engagement with the community. These allow users to engage with the developers, precluding a need to develop relationships in the community. Consider the case of a FreeBSD bug report VeriSign opened early in our adoption of FreeBSD. We had observed panic and freezing conditions in the FreeBSD 8 kernel in the kernel function UDP input. This resulted in page faults that manifested under some high DNS workloads. Our investigation found similar behaviors described on the FreeBSD net mailing list, and it led our investigation to conclude the nature of the behavior was a race condition in several UDP system calls. So armed with this information, we submitted a patch in the bug report that was ultimately merged into the base OS. So FreeBSD's adherence to the POSIX standard and use of Git were cited as factors simplifying our engagement with the community. And another case that demonstrates how easy it is to engage with the community happened while we were testing a particular NIC with hardware OEM. The OEM knew of a FreeBSD committer, Sean Bruno, and connected us with him on a conference call. We described the behavior we were seeing to him, and he immediately was able to identify that a patch had been committed on another branch. So we merged that commit to our branch, and it was tested and successfully addressed the behavior. Unfortunately, I can't recall the details of that condition, but the experience here is what was more important. The FreeBSD community also hosts numerous conferences and local BSD user groups in many cities across the world. The BSD conferences like BSDCan, EuroBSDCan, and AsiaBSDCan are staples in the community. And some other BSDCons have come and gone. Meet BSD and VeriSign even hosted a few VBSDCons. We've also plugged into BSD user groups in the Washington, D.C. metro area on several occasions. Be sure to check out freebsd.org for a list of BSD user group near you. The BSD community focuses on standards and common tooling. And these are also factors contributing to our decision. What was that? So these were factors that we considered while we were looking into and deploying FreeBSD in our infrastructure. Adherence, like I said a moment ago, adherence to standards, notably to POSIX family of standards, factored into that decision to use FreeBSD as an alternate OS. POSIX is important in the context of OS diversity because implementing code in accordance with the standard reduces the time and effort necessary to manage custom code and on multiple platforms. Many applications are already implemented according to POSIX and already support making cross-platform implementations stable, portable, cost-effective, and simpler to deploy. And additionally, many developers in the community were and continue to be familiar with Git, and since we are already familiar with it, it also factored in. These factors enable implementations to be upstreamed into the BSD OS, relieving users of the necessity to support custom code. A couple of the problems associated with custom code include managing such code and refactoring it and integrating it for each release of an OS. This all adds time and effort to a process that isn't necessarily focused on an organization's core mission. Performance and stability of the FreeBSD OS are also contributing factors considered in a diverse OS strategy. In terms of stability, FreeBSD adheres to a rigid API compatibility approach, so kernel interfaces aren't changed or deprecated as drastically or as often as can be the case with Linux. Consider the case of Linux's migration to systemd, thus deprecating System 5 in it. Significant effort was required by many users to migrate their applications to the systemd framework. The RC framework in FreeBSD is stable and doesn't deprecate an application's service management script. This is to say, within a major version of the OS, APIs will be compatible. For example, getContext implements the same API in FreeBSD 13.0 as is implemented in 13.5. And it's only at the major versions where such changes are implemented if appropriate and necessary. FreeBSD's minimalist approach to OS installations supports stability by installing a minimal set of applications as well. This reduces the available attack surface in BSD compared to Linux. And FreeBSD's networking performance was also very much on par with the Linux alternate choices. So, in conclusion, OS diversity plays an important role in securing systems. There are many reasons and use cases for implementing it, and there are a plethora of factors to consider when selecting an alternate OS in a diversity strategy. This is not intended to be an exhaustive list of factors to consider, but they are all reasons an organization may choose FreeBSD. VeriSign considered many of these factors in 2010 when we selected FreeBSD as the default, as our diverse OS platform. None of this is to imply that the other major BSDs are insufficient. They are all solid choices as well. And with that, I'm able to open it up to questions and answers, if there are any. We got one here.
So you said that you presumably considered NetBSD and OpenBSD, and I'm just curious if you can sort of illuminate on why you chose FreeBSD out of the BSDs.
We're a little far removed from that now. Like I said, we've been using FreeBSD for 15 years. So I can only speculate at this point, but I do remember doing a review of vulnerabilities and security advisories and errata notices between the BSDs, and we found that FreeBSD had fewer relative to a lot of the other alternate systems. We also found that FreeBSD had the larger community out of the major BSD OSs. So in fact, they were supported by the FreeBSD Foundation, which obviously has a pretty good pocket of, that they're able to use in support of the community itself. We wanted an OS that was backed up by an organization that was able to fund projects and things like that. Anything else? Ed?
I think the diversity story is a really good one. I think probably one of the common arguments against it that folks might have is that it can be very expensive to sort of duplicate your stack and infrastructure twice. And so, do you have any thoughts or comments on how you would respond to organizations that have that concern?
How important is your infrastructure? Where does it fit? What does your infrastructure support your business? And what kind of impact are you willing, or what kind of effects and impacts are you willing to accept? You know, we run DNS, and for us, it's a no-brainer. We enable the internet to securely and reliably run, and the cost in that regard is, you know, we factor that in. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'm finished. Thank you very much.
All right, folks, I think we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Also, we are aware that there's a hammer drill somewhere and that Resonance is doing, you know, what Resonance does. I believe the folks at BSDCan have tried to at least inquire about when they think the drilling might stop or if they might be able to alter their schedule, but we'll let you know if we get any updates on that.
Thanks,
so some things are outside of our control, unfortunately. But we'll break for lunch. We'll be back at about an hour and a half or so, as the schedule says. folks are generally sitting down. So we're getting ready to start up again. I guess one reminder is since we're back from lunch, you're probably done eating. So if you still need to get your mask up, just a reminder to do that. And then this session is going to be about Source Manager. I know that, and I'll hand it off to Mark in a second. Last year, the idea of Source Manager was announced by Core, but we didn't actually stand up here and take questions. So we're trying to do, this year we're going to actually talk to you and give you a chance to bug us. So I'll hand it off to Mark to get started.
Yeah, so can everyone hear me okay? I think so, right? Yeah, sweet. Okay, so yeah, as John said, we are Source Manager. We were announced formally at last year's BSDCan, and I think we started doing regular meetings not long after that. Maybe it was in August or September. So, you know, in the same spirit as the core update, we wanted to give an update on what we've been doing, what we've been talking about, and what more importantly, what we would like to see in the coming year. Just a bit of background. Source Manager is just a kind of quasi-leadership group akin to Port Manager or DocEng. Our general goals are to just try to address problems in source development, try to make people more productive, try to address shortcomings, friction, all that kind of stuff. Our job isn't, or at least, I mean, others can disagree. I don't really think our job is to push people in any particular direction. It's more to just, you know, address problems, create opportunities, and let the community, you know, decide ultimately where we go. So leading from behind, I suppose. So right now, it's the four of us. I don't intend it for it to be that way forever, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. We have a charter and some kind of early policies that are available on the freebsd.org website. Yeah, so you might have heard from us just here or there, mostly if you're trying to mentor someone for a commit bit. The main change with respect to last year is that now instead of mailing core, you mail Source Manager. Not really a big difference, but I think we do tend to be a bit faster. So what are we doing? So we're having lots of meetings, which is very useful. So every 2 weeks we meet, I think it's on a Friday afternoon, and we're all roughly in similar time zones, which makes things a bit easier, but yeah, we'll come to that in a bit. So I write up minutes that very, very broadly just summarize what we talk about. But a lot of it is just frankly people venting and trying to come up with ways to address certain problems. So, I mean, there's quite a few different topics, but so going back to what we complain about, or in a little bit. We approve new source commit bits. Lately, we've been organizing regular bug triage sessions. So on a Zoom call, a few of us will get together, start going through, say, the last month's new submissions on Bugzilla. And you know, us being fairly experienced source developers, we can at least try to help push other people to, you know, dig into bugs, ask initial questions, do some triage, that sort of thing. So we do the same thing for pull requests, although not quite as regularly. But on our calls, we also spend time trying to triage things. So the whole point is, you know, just trying to start creating a baseline to make sure that things don't fall through the cracks quite as easily. Obviously, you know, we don't want to just be doing that ourselves, but our initial step was just to try to find some procedures, some rhythm to regular triage, and then create these larger bug busting events where other folks can join. The other thing that a few of us have been working on is developer tooling as well. So I don't know, if you work on the ports tree a lot, I think you have the benefit of quite a lot of fairly decent tools, things like Poudriere, yeah, are very useful. We don't have, you know, real equivalents to that sort of thing. So for instance, Warner's been working on scripts to make it easier to land pull requests from GitHub. I've been working on some scripts to make it a bit easier to MFC, changes to stable branches, and in particular find fix-up commits where, you know, commit A fixes a bug but introduces a new one. So you have commit B, which fixes commit A. When you MFC commit A, you want to make sure that you also get commit B. We don't have any good tooling around that, but that's an example of the sort of thing we want to work on. We set policy on platform support, so things like 32-bit kernel deprecation, which we'll get to in a little bit, are under that umbrella. And more broadly, we just spend a lot of time trying to work through submissions from contributors, mentoring new developers ourselves, that sort of thing. So I'll give it over to John to talk about the 32-bit stuff.
Yeah, yay me. So this is a carryover from something the previous core team had talked about and announced that in 15.0, we're going to deprecate i386 and 32-bit PowerPC as kind of full-blown targets. So Colin had emailed a couple of different teams, including Source Manager, a while ago to say, okay, 15.0 is coming up, so can we get like a plan for that? So we as a group hashed out an initial set of plan, and we approached core and said, so here's kind of what we think might be a plan for initial kind of rough sketch for doing this, but there's more than Source in the world, so how do you want to handle this? And core promptly said, well, that's fine, you can run with it, and happily threw this potato off of their plate, and have let us kind of drive this process. So we've been talking with other folks, including Ari and Port Manager, to try to come up with a proposal, and this is the proposal that we have that we'll go over to kind of show you guys, or you all. So a couple of points that we kind of had, or kind of things that we were thinking in the back of our mind, is that in recent history, when we removed platforms, it's kind of been a bit bumpy, and in particular because of the way we do it is we remove it in head or main, but then they hang around in stable branches for a while, and they tend to rot because no one is actually, when you do tree-wide sweeps that get MFC'd, you haven't actually touched the thing in head. And so then when you MFC it, you break things. On the other hand, if we leave just code around and for a long time and while it's actively used, that also has a cost. So there's a balance, but we think maybe we've been a bit too eager on the delete side of the balance, and we're trying to think of a better balance for this go round. We do think that the fact that ARM v7 is going to be around for at least the lifetime of 15.0 will help a little bit, because we're always going to have a 32-bit target in the tree hooked up. So generic 32-bit regressions shouldn't sneak in in the near term. And during this discussion, one request we had in particular about i386, there's a strong desire to keep the full i386 world, not the kernel, around, and at least the ability to manually build ports. On i386 perhaps, which requires having a full world. So that's kind of the points that came up to shape our proposal. So here's kind of our perspective, our proposed timeline. Is that on about 3 months prior to stable, which is about now, we think that a plan that'll work is that to kind of unhook things from the build but not remove anything. So we would disable all in order for i386 to remain as kind of a world-only target, we would tag all the kernel configs as no universe. So you can still build them by hand if you want, but make Tinderbox and make universe won't build them by default. And for 32-bit PowerPC, we would just take it out of the default list of architectures. So you can still build it by hand if you use target arc or target with build world and whatnot, but it wouldn't be built as part of make Tinderbox. And we would stop building certain things for main. We would stop building release snapshots, because you can't do that if you once you start disconnecting things, and stop building binary packages, and also probably turn off CI jobs in Jenkins. And that's kind of where we would do, in the next month or so. And then we have a little Git branch listed under my clone for now, which has some commits to do this. And so I've tested that make Tinderbox works if we do all these things and builds the correct subset of things. Then the next stage would be once stable 15 branches, there are some things we just wouldn't turn on. So when we were adding CI or adding package builds and so forth, we just wouldn't add i386 and 32-bit PowerPC. But no other changes to the actual tree. We would just keep the changes that are in main. Then about 6 months after the release, the branching and release, which is going to be around December or so, we'll be back here for our next BSDCan Developer Summit. And we can kind of take stock and evaluate how is this process working? Like, how are the stable branches doing? How is stable 14 dealing with the fact that it's present but not hooked up to make tinderbox. Like, how is that experiment working? Is that going well? Is it not going well? If stable seems to be pretty smooth, then we can start the process of actually removing kernel code for i386 and 32-bit PowerPC in main. If it's not smooth, then we're going to need to adjust the plan. But if it is smooth, then we can start the process of removing things. And then one suggestion in particular from Colin is that by the time the final release of 14.x has happened, then we can look at maybe MFCing those removals of code back down to stable 15. Because once stable 14 doesn't have releases anymore, we're not going to be doing any more releases that depend on that particular bits of code. So this is kind of our proposal. I think presumably at this point we'll probably mail it to developers to try to make sure that there's decent consensus on this. And if there is, then we'll probably start landing those changes from the Git branch that we talked about 2 slides ago. So any questions of that before we move to our next topic? Or pitchforks or...
So I recall there was a question on IRC this morning to the effect of, are we removing PowerPC as a platform? And I don't know if that referred specifically to 32-bit or 64-bit, if anyone has...
Right, it should be clear that none of this affects 64-bit PowerPC.
Yeah.
And that we intend for the lib32 bits of our 64-bit platforms, such as PowerPC, to hang around for the foreseeable future. We don't currently have a timeline when we think lib32 might no longer make sense. Especially I read somewhere that I guess Intel has postponed x86S, which was going to remove like a good chunk of the 32-bit compatibility from the ISA. So there's a somewhat, that removes one possibly compelling reason for removing lib32 on AMD 64, for example. I suspect it'll be a while before you ever retire lib32 support.
Right.
This is my guess. Warner.
Yeah, on PowerPC, the only thing that has even been floated is de-emphasizing the big Indian and emphasizing the little Indian, because that's what the current hardware does. And there might be an evolution and consequences of that longer term, but we're not planning anything for 15.
Are there any IRC?
Yeah, any chatter outside of the room? Here, do you want a mic? We have mics at the bottom, I think, by the way.
Just repeat it, yeah.
And then you can be our volunteer, you can be the runner on this side of the room.
Do we have a big Indian platform that we have as part of Make Universe and so on to make sure we're not introducing Indian-specific bugs?
So we have, well, the only one we will have at this point is PowerPC 64 Big Indian, which is also true today.
Yeah. But and we're only de-emphasizing the 32-bit Big Indian?
Correct.
Okay.
But
no, we're de-emphasizing the 64-bit, and this is not, the project is de-emphasizing it.
Well, okay, we're not deprecating, so I should clarify.
Be clear, we're not deprecating. We're deprecating the 32-bit PowerPC, which has only ever been Big Indian. The 64-bit, the little Indian gets all the attention, and the Big Indian doesn't, and that's why I characterize it as we're de-emphasizing that. It's what the developers have voted to do with their feet. It's not an official policy or an edict.
Or even what the architecture is doing with itself.
It's what the architecture is doing too. So,
Brooks points out that it seems IBM doesn't care about Big Indian, and that's why.
Yeah, I think
hardware doesn't exist.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But we still have some way to test for now.
For now, yes.
For now.
Yeah, I mean, and that's not going to, again, that's not going to change as part of this proposal.
That's not changing. We're not planning on ripping any of that out. There might be older PowerPC hardware devices that we can't get anymore and can't legitimately support, like we retired 10 megabit Ethernet cards on x86 without deprecating the whole platform. Stuff like that will still happen, but we're not planning any wholesale changes to PowerPC 415, 64-bit PowerPC 415, just to be clear.
Yeah, so I think the generic 64 kernel, you can boot it in QEMU, as far as I'm aware. It's been a while since I did that personally, but it should work. And then there's this generic 64 little endian kernel. So yeah, one ideally tests both. But.
All right, I think Mark, it's back to Mark for the next slide here.
Yeah, so just going, and again, like I don't think we're going to fill up the whole hour and a half that we have. I hope that this will be a bit more conversational, so to speak, but just a bit more fleshed out descriptions of what we've been spending time on is, yeah, the bug busting sessions. If you're on the developers mailing list, you've probably seen announcements from me where I say, yeah, Friday afternoon, come join us on Zoom. We'll go through Bugzilla, and we get some decent turnout, and we plan to continue doing that, and hopefully expand. But that's kind of contingent on having more people available, and we'll get to that in a little bit. Yeah, if you're interested, please join the sessions, especially if you're interested in finding things to work on. There's lots of opportunities in Bugzilla, and there's a good opportunity there to ask questions of source developers who might be able to point you in a certain direction. In the future, I would like to open it up to non-FreeBSD source commit bit havers, or yeah, people who are not on the developers mailing list. I'd like to announce it a bit more publicly, but we have some. Yeah, it's a bit easier to organizing it if the set of possible attendees is a bit more constrained.
It's smaller.
Yeah. Yep. So Source Manager has been around for almost a year. It's the 4 of us. We don't want to be doing it forever. There is some detail on the actual policy for how long we stay in the position on the website that I linked to earlier. But what we'd like to do formally is solicit people to join as lurkers. So this is a formal announcement, but there's no formal process to it. Basically, if you're interested in joining our calls, which again are every 2 weeks on Friday, although we can shift the times if that's needed in order to suit you. Basically, you would come join our calls, participate in the discussions, participate in GitHub, pull request review, bug busting, those sorts of things, and generally figure out if there's something about source development that you'd like to influence or change. We can be a good sounding board for your ideas, or give you ideas of our own. We have lots of things we'd like to do, but we're limited by time and energy and space and all those things. So it would be really great if other folks who are interested would join and start trying to realize some of the ideas we've talked about. So if you are interested in joining us, again, it's a pretty informal thing. Just write us an email to sourcemanager@freebsd.org. Talk a little bit about what you're interested specifically in, and we'll give you an invite to our biweekly call, which is on meet.freebsd.org, and effectively we can take it from there.
And the other thing that we're viewing this as is an opportunity to learn what Source Manager does and potentially grow leadership skills in people so they could step up into our positions now and we can step away in the future and we get a bigger bench of people that can do this management type tasks for the project.
Right. Yeah.
So you don't have to be on that track if you don't want. We want the workers to help, but we also recognize that it's a growth opportunity for people as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
And a way to figure out if you hate it before you actually decided to do it for a year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
If you're interested, come check it out. There's no real obligation. Just again, send us an email and talk a little bit about what you'd like to, or how you'd like to contribute. And if you try it and it's not for you, or if you don't have time, or anything like that, there's no obligation. But if you are interested in it and would like to spend more time on it, then then you'd be a candidate to be on Source Manager to replace one of us. So this is a bit more open-ended, and I'd be very interested in feedback, either from folks in the room or on IRC, but just talking a little bit about more aspirational goals. Warner, I don't know if you want to talk about the Forge idea in general, but since you've been doing the most with pull requests lately, you're welcome to.
Yeah, so one of the things I've been doing with GitHub is everybody has a GitHub account, and we want to make it easy for people to contribute. And so it's a very low barrier to entry for GitHub right now. And it's also very manageable. We can tag things, we can query things. It's something that we can keep up on fairly easily. Fabricator has some problems. It's deprecated. The upstream project is gone, and now there's Forge, and there's been some people who want to maybe, do a quick last bit of an upgrade to Forge with that as well. But there's two groups, or two people that have been working on actually going the whole route, where we move everything to, like for Django, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong because I don't know how to pronounce it. And that would give us a source of truth. That would give us a way for developers or people with commit bits and users to submit pull requests. It would give us a review platform. It would give us bug tracking. And there's efforts to move our current bugs over as well. It would let us migrate our wiki as well to that. So there's a lot of advantages to having kind of a one-stop shop. Right now when you talk to people, depending on which doc they looked at, they go and submit stuff. And if they go to Fabricator and submit it and don't tell anybody, it just goes there and dies because we don't have any good oversight of Fabricator. I've been in touch with a couple people who have given me some hints that I'm trying to make it better until we can move forward with that. But that's kind of where we are. There's, for new people, it's particularly confusing because they might also go and file a patch in Bugzilla as well, depending on the version of the handbook that they get. If they got an old version that was cached somewhere, it used to direct people there. So it's one of the things that we're trying to do because we need new people. We've gotten probably 6 or 7 people from GitHub that have gotten new commit bits. One of the things I'm advocating for, though this is not new source manager policy, is to offer commit bits more quickly as people have proven themselves. In the past, it's been a higher bar, and now I'd like to lower that. And we've had good luck, for the most part, doing that. And if we ever not have good luck, we'll deal with the problems that way. Mm-hmm. And that also increases engagement. The more people do something and get praised for it, and then it gets in the tree, they'll do more things. But if they do something and it sits, and then you get questions, and the interest is faded. And so we need to find ways to shorten that loop. GitHub helps, but I'm still not able to keep up on it. And so one of the other things I want to do this summer, I haven't announced it yet because I'm not committed to it, is to have...
You are now.
Yeah, damn. Is I want to try to do the same thing you've been doing with bug busting for pull requests, and have a reasonable group of people show up, and we look at it and we go through the pull requests and go, yeah, we can land this, or this is the feedback that needs to be given after a discussion, or Randall needs to look at this bug because it's in that part of the TCP stack that only he knows, or whatever, and so that we can get a faster cadence, so more hands make the work lighter.
For sure.
So that's kind of all the stuff that's going on behind the scenes that around this one bullet point that comes to mind that I think people are interested in.
And I do think in general, our experience is that we prefer review that is branch-based, so pull request-based rather than patch-based, like Fabricator.
Yes.
Because anytime you have patch-based is fine when you have a simple change, but that's also just a single branch. But when you have a complex change and you start rewriting history as a result of review and reshuffling commits and so forth, then that trying to keep Fabricator up to date with what your notion of your branch is quickly doesn't scale.
Splitting commits and changing the title.
It all falls apart, whereas in pull request models, you're reviewing the branch as a unit. And you can comment on commits, but you can comment on commits, but it'll catch up and recognize when you've reordered your history and so forth. So that's part of our focus, is we really do think that's the model we need to push to, is away from patch-based review and towards branch-based review.
Yeah.
And this is, today, tomorrow, we're focused on trying to keep our existing systems for patch contributions working, right? So that's the whole point of triage. We're triaging Bugzilla backlogs, GitHub backlogs. The GitHub backlog is in pretty good shape. I don't think we've so far.
We're under 100 still.
We're under 100, yeah. We've been keeping it under 100 for basically forever. Which I think
Bugzilla could only dream.
Well, Bugzilla has gotten so.
Well, yeah, we're doing much better actually.
Yeah, if you look at all the bugs, we're still kind of scary. But if you look at bugs in the last year, Mark has done a great job of getting them to the right people.
Well, Mark Linneman.
Mark Linneman.
And Mark J.
Both the Marks.
Mark squared.
Yeah. So, yeah, and then Fabricator is yet another backlog that we have no really good way to.
All the oxen free.
Yeah. So, aspirationally, we'd like to move to a common, system for these workflows. But on a day-to-day basis, we're still pretty invested in keeping them working and trying to keep them as low friction as possible.
Yeah.
So in particular, if you're out there and you're interested in this kind of stuff, this is advancing these kinds of things is exactly what we'd hope workers would do.
So the killer feature to me of Fabricator is that you can tag group reviewers, and then it's like a mail will go out to all the people who are knowledgeable on the topic. And I was poking around in the GitHub and saw that there was a Teams feature that it seemed like we could just easily replicate that same thing. Like someone could just subscribe to a team and then it would work that way. Is there interest among the community of using that and re-implementing that? Thank you.
So, yeah, I'm sure you guys have some thoughts on that. My instinct is to try not to so I think the short answer is yes. We'd like to have a notion of, maintainer groups whose memberships can change over time like we do in Fabricator. I think the mistake in Fabricator is that it's tied to Fabricator. So, replicating all of that is a pretty manual process. So I'd really like to have like a simple text file somewhere in the source tree, which is the authority on, who's maintaining what pieces of code. And you can go even further, kind of like, GitHub's code owners thing where you can say, oh, files that match this or that glob go to these people. But yeah, it'd be nice to have a sort of platform-independent way of expressing that. And I think you could get 90% of the way there with a very simple, like just a little Python script.
And I think, yeah, you're going the direction I was going to comment, that it would also be good to have these are the people that have signed up for it, and then these are the people that are actually making changes to this area, and have those people added automatically to
voluntold
pull requests, and so there's interest, and we'd like to do it, and we don't want to be tied to GitHub, but we don't want to tie our hands and not use GitHub features.
Yeah.
So if there's a way we can do that, that would be great.
I mean, Fabricator is nice that Fabricator does have the nice property that anyone can be a member of a functional group. You don't have to be a committer. You don't have to be listed in a maintainer's file, and so I think that can be quite useful for people who are currently not committers but are particularly knowledgeable about it and interested in some area. And so, yeah, there's definitely a need to kind of consider all of the different use cases in things. I think we would want to be limited to only a code owners type file in the tree, but I think that would be a good start.
Something kind of similar, or at least, I think the abstraction should be pretty simple. You have lists of developer identifiers, and then you have some subsystem like, say, Linuxulator, or ZFS or something, and then some simple mapping between those two, and those are the two kind of objects that you really want, and that's going to get you most of the way there.
Maybe tangentially related to Warner's point earlier, where Randall's the only person that knows this subsystem. Has Source Manager been looking at making sure that, for example, those lists of maintainers would have more than one person for some of the things that we kind of have a bus factor of 1 for?
I mean, if we could solve that problem.
Yeah. What we try to do when we're doing these like triage sessions is basically be the repositories of knowledge of like who knows what, so we can at least try to pull people in, but like, that only works if people have time and are able. In some areas, I think we've had good success getting new maintainers for subsystems that were underdeveloped for a while. But like you said, we can't really force that to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, we can't force it to happen, but we can also have an environment where people can learn the different things through code review or what have you. We need more people that know all the details about CAM, because the people that have done it a lot in the past have been stepping away for whatever reason. And
then I break things.
Yeah, and so I wind up breaking stuff because I don't have their knowledge. But you know, we need people, you know, to do that. There's some subsystems that have no maintainer for a long time, and maybe it's time for it to go, like FireWire, or maybe it's time to have a maintainer. Probably it's time for it to go. But
just pushing my buttons.
yeah, I know. But you know, I mean, it's those kinds of decisions that we need to make, and I think longer term, you know, we'll have aspirational things. Hey, you want to learn part of the system that would be helpful? You could learn this, and this is how. But we don't have that infrastructure yet. There's a little bit of that on Discord, where they're trying to create mentoring teams to go and study the code. But that is just self-organizing with people that are interested, not necessarily inviting the people that have had, you know, that know the code to also participate. So getting these groups connected also is something I think we should do. So I think that's a really good question. And we've discovered with some unfortunate passings of people that we have too low a bus factor for large parts of the system. So, you know, it's a problem that we need to solve.
So Fabricator allows one more feature that doesn't have a direct alternative in GitHub world, is the ability to stack patches and then merge them piece by piece. Can be especially useful in the, at least on paper, in merging big changes where you can split them across, you know, several layers and then merge one layer then the other layer. Do you know how much development today is dependent on that feature? If we hypothetically to deprecate Fabricator, how many developers will, their workflow will be broken in some way, or how much harder it will be to merge big changes without that?
I mean, just because you get a review approval on GitHub doesn't mean you have to use the GitHub clicky button to actually merge the thing. In fact, I do this quite frequently in Cherryland, where I might have things reviewed in a pull request and might have, I don't know why the mic keeps cutting out. You know, computers are hard. Where I might get certain patches approved, and then I'll Git cherry pick those and push them to main directly using Git itself. In fact, it would not surprise me if still in many cases we will use a forge for the purposes of collecting review information, but probably actually still use Git under the hood to actually push changes.
I mean, I think in a pull request model, you can always say, okay, well, here's a subset of your commits, which should be perhaps pulled out into their own unit.
You can also always Git review and then decide to split it into a new pull request, and then if you have to click the clicky button, you click the clicky button on the new one and then rebase your old branch, and it kind of, over time, the old branch slowly gets smaller.
So, I mean, the visualization in Fabricator is kind of nice, but aside from that, I don't think it's like...
Yeah.
I've had too many large series where I actually do have to reorganize things. Like I have one now where I've converted most of CodeLD to C++, and I'm also working on adding NVMe support. And like it's like 40, 60 commits, and I'm quite certain, because I've tried to do it like per thing, like per data structure at a time, I convert to a class and kind of fix all the different related features of that and kind of split it up to be reviewable chunks. There's no way that that's going to survive that intact structure when it gets to review. There's going to be things that make me rewrite the history and do it, and I just know that that's not going to, like I can't review that in Fabricator.
What
like
you can do in GitLab is you have your first pull request that's against main, and then your second pull request is actually against the first pull request. And then you can stack them on top of it and then merge them.
You can do that, except that I also have cases where if I have a large series, lots of times you end up with little cleanups in the middle, and sometimes it's actually the cleanups that kind of get approved, and so you end up like literally cherry picking like 3 or 4 commits that are kind of somewhere in the middle that honestly probably you should have rewritten the history, but once it's approved, it's easier to just push those and then rebase than to actually formally make a little branch for the 3, 4 things at the beginning.
Yeah, LLVM does use a bot on GitHub that allows you to do stacked pull requests. It has some pretty severe downsides, though. In particular, the branches have to be in the main repo. So it is not, I think, something we want to do, and there's no way to make them hidden or something. So everybody has to add an exclude to their clone, and it's a pain. It's what they decided to do. So like, it is a thing that can be done, but GitHub, you can't really do the pull request against pull request thing because if you delete the branch, then it closes if you delete the target branch before you update, then it will close the other PR. Quite awkward.
Yeah, and today, everybody that uses GitArc does the stacked patch thing, but not because we like it or love it, but because it's a means to an end. Where everybody's doing branch development and pushing that. I'm saying everybody, but maybe 80% of the people. There's still some people.
Kib does not. Kib pushes a giant arc review of a branch with all the commit messages pasted, and then you review it, and then it shows up as like 6 commits when he pushes to main.
Right, right. And there's other people that just upload the individual bits to Fabricator by hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so, it looks like that feature is used a lot, but we don't care. If we switch to a branched-based thing, most people would just switch to that and be totally happy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if our biggest problem was like how to deal with, stacked pull requests of many commits each, then I think we're in a decent place compared to where we are today.
Yeah.
This is also just about making it easy for someone to submit, simple, like with Fabricator, getting a patch out of an accepted review is a bit difficult. So if third-party contributors use that, then I usually just ask them to mail me a patch, which is an extra unnecessary step. Those kinds of frictions I really want to get rid of.
Yeah, I have scripts that help, but only help.
Yeah, they basically paper over.
Yeah, it's the 80% works, and the other 20 you still send that email.
Yeah, like I built something to be able to try to do the pre-commit CI. And so from Fabricator, it can find the hash that the patch that was uploaded was based on and check out that and then apply the patch and then try to rebase it forward, but it's not fun.
Yeah, those words are using a lot of work.
Yeah, and it depends how good or how recent their Arc config is, because a lot of people still have the one where the Arc config says it's SVN, and we have the SVN and Git versions in the back end in Fabricator, and the hashes don't work that way.
Yeah, that's one of the things you'll stub your toe on.
Did you say you're using Arc patch to get the patch out of the repo?
No, this is using the Fabricator API to get the hash, which is in the metadata of the patch someone uploaded.
Oh, okay.
Again, only if they used Arc to post the patch, we get the hash they based on so that we can get something that we can apply their patch to where it won't have conflicts, to try to then basically build the staging branch feature that Fabricator never finished that would give you branch-based things that you could actually run CI against. And it's very well documented how that feature might work in Fabricator's documentation, and then there's a little footnote that says we didn't write any of this code yet.
Yeah.
I think I've read that, and I was very happy until the footnote.
And then the footnote.
And then I became very angry.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the CI is a good argument, too, we think, for a kind of branch-based model, because a branch is what you want to throw at CI for testing. You're trying to stitch together the chain of dependencies of independent commits and reverse engineer the branch, so you can then still do branch-based CI, but pulling from something that's not branch-based is, that's not worth anybody's time fighting that battle.
That was a waste of a week of my time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to maybe do the next
one?
Yeah,
the next one is a good segue if we don't have any other questions.
Yeah. I can talk about that a little bit. So you might recall that last year at the Dev Summit, I presented a tool I wrote called Bricolé, which effectively does these things that I talked about. Since then, I've been using it pretty much every day, and I've successfully managed to get a small group of other developers using it. There's still a lot to do, but this is something I'd appreciate help with, or contributions, and again, as as a lurker, or as, if you just mail me directly, I'm happy to talk about this a bit more. But basically, we really need larger or kind of more broad tooling around things like build world, build kernel, building a VM image, all these kinds of low-level things, running QA, getting the results. My intent is to provide a tool which can do all of these things more or less in one step for you. So that's something I guess should fall under source manager's purview. It's something I've mostly just been working on my own, but I think it'll be, I would really like to see something like that, whether it's my tool or somebody else's, become a lot more popular, because especially for pre-commit CI, we have various mechanisms to do it, but when you're actually developing, you're actually trying to develop some large feature, you might need to run CI many times. Having a good feedback loop is really critical. Being able to do things like boot your test kernel in a VM and attach a debugger very easily and poke around and run tests, all that kind of thing is, I think, quite crucial. So that's just something else that we've been talking about a lot and slowly working on. I mentioned more automation around MFCs before. It's very easy when MFCing commits to miss something, to miss a commit that fixed another one. And yet again, we've talked about improving just commit message validation. So there's some pre-commit hooks that run that try to detect various types of errors in your commit messages, but there are certain types of errors that still pass through. So if you're interested in any of these kinds of things, being a source manager lurker is a good way to just join a forum where we can talk about them pretty easily. I think that's all we had there. I don't know if you guys want to say anything else about just general aspirations or anything I didn't list.
The auto MFC is something we also might want to look at in the future as having maybe belonging to release engineers rather than individual committers, because individual committers are inconsistent between one to the next about when things get merged and how aggressively they get merged. How did I know you were going to comment?
He's already like standing halfway up.
Look at ways that we can do it better. And the other part about the automation is it'd be nice to be able to add notes to individual commits that say, oh yeah, it was tagged for MSC, but oh, it's a really bad commit.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Or, oh, I forgot to tag that. Or, hey, it fixes somebody else's problem. I didn't forget, but I found out later that it was a good idea to merge. So, those kinds of tooling things are also useful. Colin?
So I have a question for the room here. The process during a release cycle, we create the relying branch, and then if you want to get something into there, currently the process is you send an email to the release engineering team saying, here's my patch, and then we look at it and we approve it, and then you push it into the tree. And it's been like that because that's how we've done it ever since like 2.2 or something.
Dinosaurs, yeah.
I am wondering, would it be better if we just switched to a system where you email me the hash in the stable branch and say, I would like to have this in the tree, and then the release engineering team actually does that merge for you?
If you want to do work, go for it.
Well, that's also just much more automatable, right?
Yeah, and I would 100% support that, and I would work overtime to make that happen if need be.
I mean, it would actually make things a bit easier for us in some ways, because sometimes when we're like, okay, beta 3 is going to happen in 2 hours, like we need to make sure somebody's actually at a keyboard and can push stuff into the tree in time. And then I'm like, okay, it's midnight in Europe right now. Should I do this myself, or is he still awake? So if there's nobody in the room who doesn't like that idea, I will plan on doing that in 15.0.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and there's a lot of details we can work out to make it easier or harder, and we'll stub our toes on that as we go along and hopefully come up with something that is toe-proof at the end.
I would prefer easier rather than harder, but yes.
I would prefer easier too. I just know history, and history suggests that there'll be something we stumble on that we don't know right now. Are there other questions? Or do you want to?
All I know is that Colin just volunteered to do a lot of work, so.
Well, but I mean,
So it's a success.
that's also just trivially automatable, right? You can cherry pick, run a build, make sure it succeeds, run whatever tests you need to, and then.
Well, and the point about the release engineer should actually be in charge of, when you need to do builds and so forth, and you need to manage that timeline, and like having to track down people to merge things is rather ridiculous, actually. It makes it more deterministic for you as the RE.
And I think also in an ideal world, the tooling that we have for submitting the queue of potential commits to be merged and running the test suite against them and verifying the results and everything is not just tooling that we would use for release engineering. It's tooling that we can use for changes coming into main, changes being MFC during the regular development cycle, not as part of a release, etc.
Yeah, it's a pretty universal.
So on this point of auto MFCing, I mean, I'd love to have it. I'd love to be able to just say, yeah, that needs to be MFC'd and not have to think about it. But the problem is that sometimes when you go to actually do the MFC, the code that you're doing the MFC into isn't quite the same, and so it throws out an exception, and then you've got to, say, oh, why is that different? Does this not apply? Does it apply in some other way? Or whatever. And so, I mean, it's not a totally automatable process.
Well, if we do it more automatically, those problems would also become less frequent, I think, right? Like if we were to more consistently MFC, like a lot of those inconsistencies are the result of people not MFCing consistently, I would guess. Do you not agree?
Yeah, I know. Most of the time it would work. It would just, you press the button and it happens, and that's good. But there are times where it blows up for lots of different reasons, and then it's not automatable. So you sort of need a please MFC it, but if there's a problem, let me know.
Right.
Yeah, as many times when in that situation, I use MFC candidates on the file in particular to see, well, what were the earlier things? And usually what happens is I need to merge one or two of those.
Yeah.
And then it's all happy again. But then sometimes you have someone who's done a style pass across half the tree, and you don't want to merge that. When you want to merge it for like that file.
Yeah, Git is not good at partial merges.
Yeah, and you probably don't want to have the cherry pick annotation because then it's a false positive for anybody wants to merge more of it.
Right, I've had several commits that have people have tripped over along those lines, and it's good that we're on the other side. And I'm sorry it's causing pain still.
$FreeBSD anymore?
Olivia has a question.
Yeah. Just to bounce on what Kirk said. I totally agree with you. When I MFC, sometimes there are conflicts, and that's just because people forgot. But there are some times where we don't want to MFC some stuff because it will break ABI or something. And then these cases, maybe, I'm not sure if it's, of course, release engineering can handle it, but it has to be probably in relation with the developer because there may be some rough edges. So, in this case, we have to be careful probably for the release.
I think what Colin has proposed is not merging changes to stable, which is when you tend to run into this stuff, but when you're cherry picking during the release cycle and rolling x.y is already created, and you've done the work of merging to stable 14, for example, yourself, the act of cherry picking from stable 14 to rolling 14.3, that step that RE would own.
Okay.
And in that case, usually you're not going to, it's going to be so close that those should apply directly and not need those kinds of conflicts.
Normally, yes.
Yeah, but if you've got the hammer, everything looks like a like a nail.
Especially screws. Screws drive great.
But and we will run into those issues.
Yeah.
We'll want to use people will want to use it for this, and it'll be useful to use for that. Sorry.
Most of the conflicts that I find come about because there's some new feature, let's say, that's been added to FSCK that didn't get MFC'd because it wasn't appropriate to MFC it. And now when you try and MFC something else, it's coming away and the stuff around it has that new stuff in it which isn't in the old place, and that's when it gets upset.
Yeah, if we do any automation, we'll need the ability to push an override branch or something that says, this is how we resolve it.
Yeah. And with, like, the automation is also to catch, what am I trying to say here? There's always going to be some human intervention required here or there, but there are lots of cases where humans today are forgetting, again, that bug fix example where something gets MFC'd and then the thing which fixes that commit never gets MFC'd because somebody forgot to tag it or something. And so like one of the scripts I wrote a couple months ago basically looks for those fixes, tags, and commits and tries to find dangling fixes where a stable branch has a commit which is referenced by a fixes tag somewhere in main, but that fixing commit was never MFC'd. So that kind of automation is more the thing that I'm personally interested in, at least, is just trying to make sure we're not introducing bugs because the MFC process is too manual today. Like we're relying on committers individually. Well, there's some automation to help remind you, but it's still quite manual for my taste anyway.
Fewer steps that are manual, the better. But if we have manual override as needed, I think we'll be okay.
Yeah. And again, like Warner mentioned, the ability to tag commits after the fact using Git notes or something morally equivalent.
We don't have any tooling for that.
Yes.
But that might be useful because we have the infrastructure for it, though, because the SVN commits show up as notes.
Right. Yeah. So we already do use notes in that one capacity, and it'd be nice to expand it. Like, release notes are another thing. If you want to add some after the fact, then you could use tags potentially. Don't MFC this commit. It could be a note, that sort of thing. So, we're kind of underutilizing Git at the moment. Are there any other questions, comments?
Any IRC questions?
We've already got one lurker email asking to join.
We do?
Yeah.
When did you check your email?
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I'm good. My phone buzzed with a text, and it actually popped up on my screen when I was reading the text for a surprise we have later in the week.
Latera asks, does building i386 ports on AMD 64 really require a full userland? I would suspect only a subset of userland, like system libraries and a few userland applications, bin ls and bin cp come to mind.
You want to answer, Brooks?
It's an interesting question. In principle, it should be possible to build them. I think there will be a fair bit of breakage, and I can't tell you where the breakage will be. So on Cherry BSD, we build, we build with I think we build our 64-bit ports with a non-standard local base, but we build with a root.
It's a 64-bit root, yeah.
It's a 64-bit root. So yeah, I guess we don't actually test that case. In general, it should work, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of stuff that's broken. I mean, we're looking, we see, I don't know, 5,000 or 10,000 ports are blocked by changing local base. So there's going to be subtleties. I would say, though, that probably the long-term path is, yes, you should be building with M32. It's just going to be a lot of annoying work.
So the question, I think, is the amount of work and like a work trade-off. So you could do all this work to try to teach ports about, for this target, sometimes you build natively with CC, and sometimes you use -M32 and you have to, add custom C flags. But on the other hand, most of the i386 specific bits that you need in user space, you need for lib32. There's not any ifdef i386 and ls. So like turning off the build of ls doesn't like allow you to remove any code. Does that make sense? Almost all the like ifdef i386 things are inside of RTLD and libc and libthur, places like that. And you're gonna have to build all those for lib32 anyway. So building the rest of the world, once you're building the lib32 bits, really doesn't cost anything in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
And in terms of the cost for people who want to still build ports by hand, not package builds, but just have the ability to build ports by hand, letting i386 World stay around is far cheaper than trying to figure out the infrastructure changes and ports so that we can keep it around for 2 years. Like for the, or however long we're going to keep kind of i386 ports working.
Well, plus we also have infrastructure in Poudriere to build like ARM's v7 on ARM64.
But it uses an ARM v7 world. It doesn't use and QEMU to emulate things. It doesn't use.
Right.
We're not using -M32 there either.
Exactly.
That's a big project for.
Right. So
dubious gain.
We have the ability to keep building this with the infrastructure we have, and if we want to try to switch it over, it's a big pull or it's a big lift for not a lot of runway. So, the point I'm making is we'll probably keep using Poudriere and the XDev's stuff for i386 for its life. Now that it's, but people are doing that right now anyway too.
We don't gain much from trying to build a subset of the world.
Right, right.
We have a question from Dave, DCH. Are there any concrete plans with respect to 4JO yet? 4JO?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about ports jails.
No.
4JO.
4JO, like the
for
specific
jail. That's
fork.
how it's actually pronounced.
Fork.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what 2 people are working on right now, is 4JO with all the listed features that we were talking about. Can I say your name? Yeah, Igor is working on it, and Baptiste has been working on it, and they've got different problems that they're trying to solve before we can before they'll have a prototype that they can
allow people to beat up.
Yeah, to demonstrate and beat up. So yes, 4JO. That's how it's pronounced, 4JO.
Yeah, there's on their fact they have a little audio clip. So you.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I heard it and then I struggled to say it. 4JO.
Okay. I clearly haven't listened to that clip, and I will try to say 4JO in the future then.
Here, 1 second.
You have the microphone.
Yeah, I know. 1 second.
Which is louder, the hammer drill or the microphone?
We did make it a good way
speakers?
through.
Yeah, we made it a good way through before they started.
Yeah, it started at 2, so.
I guess they took lunch when we took lunch.
There you go. Here we go. For Warner.
4JO.
Did you hear that?
4JO.
You probably have to point at the speaker of your.
Yeah, 4JO. That's what I heard.
Well, the stream would have heard it.
That's true.
Can go back and watch later.
Were there other questions?
So what's our schedule? Do we still have 30 minutes?
I think we still have 30 minutes, yeah. Because we had a whole hour.
Yeah, we have an hour and a half,
slot.
yeah.
You have a question?
Somebody asked about DCH asked about 4JO.
Yeah, we just did that.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, that's good. I mean,
Thank you for watching our.
we got a half hour to do bugs if you wanted to.
Half an hour is an hour.
Not enough time? All right.
I need to set up my laptop and stuff too.
So you could do GitHub for half an hour.
So yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
Adrian on ISC asks about if somebody else can ask about Longsoon.
Can I ask about what, sir?
The question is about the Longsoon architecture and what the plan is for that.
So.
Good question.
That's from
In a
Adrian
world
on
without
ISC.
politics, the answer would be easy.
So, yeah, exactly. Part of the problem with one of the criteria that we've traditionally used, we might want to change this, but probably not, is this architecture viable? Can I go buy hardware? Are there multiple developers working on it? Is there multiple companies even that are interested in that? Is this something that will have enough benefit to the project to be worth the extra architecture task of adding it to the project? And right now, the last time this came up, can I buy the hardware easily? At least in the US and in Europe, the answer is no, not really. But in China, the answer is yes. And we the tie went to, yeah, maybe we want to wait a little bit at that time. So that's honestly kind of where we are. It's in flight, in process, but not, it's uncertain what we want to do, right? I mean, that's,
I guess,
saying anything wrong?
yeah, I think that's my understanding as well.
Yeah, so.
The other major thing that's, well, so far I don't recall having seen much kind of specific interest in it. Like maybe there are some organizations in China that would specifically be interested in that support, but it'd be nice to see some evidence of that. Like, I get the impression that it's one or a small group of individuals who are working on it, and they've made a huge amount of progress. I don't know exactly what state it's in right now. There's some pull requests on GitHub. It builds?
It builds, if you apply all the patches, you can build a long soon tree, but I don't have hardware, so I don't know if it actually works. And I haven't tried to figure out how to make it run in QEMU.
Yeah, I think, well, yeah, so a QEMU recipe would go some ways. I don't know, like I know OpenBSD has some support for those CPUs, but I don't know.
I don't know if it's this generation or the previous generation they have support for.
They've been around for a long time, I remember.
Yeah. Originally, it was almost identically MIPS.
So I guess the short answer at this point is we're not saying no, but we're not saying yes at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, we need something to move us off the fence.
Right.
That either, you know, if they announce they're abandoning the architecture, that moves us to no really fast. Or if there's more available hardware, that moves us to yes really fast. And a QEMU recipe might tip towards yes a little more.
Yeah.
On kind of the scale of things. And so if there's interest and it's kind of a chicken and egg. I'm not going to be interested until it's in the tree. Well, I'm not going to put it in the tree until we're interested. And
right.
So, you know, where do we draw the line? I mean, with RISC-V, it was, you know, there's a board we could buy. Then we said, okay, yeah, we can do that. If I'm remembering history right, I'm sure people will correct me if I'm not. But that was approximately when we committed it. Was, you know, can a board be had for a reasonable price?
I think we merged it before Sand was available.
Yeah.
I think it was merged when primarily QEMU and Spike were the targets.
But at the same time, there was obviously quite a bit of commercial interest in it at the time.
Yeah,
and so
there was more momentum behind it too.
We'd like to see some demonstration of that.
Right, and
one way or another.
And it could be our ignorance too. We just need to be educated that, oh, there's 20 manufacturers in China, maybe. You know, then that would change the equation. Then there's just one or two that are pushing this.
Yeah.
As an example, so it's unfortunately a little bit of our American European centrism in the project that's getting in the way possibly too. So we're open to it. We'd like more data.
Yeah, we'd like to hear from people who are specifically interested. If it's not possible to boot it in QEMU using an existing port, like is there even a Longsoon port?
That
QEMU port in the ports tree? If not, then you know.
I think Longsoon, at least in 10, Longsoon is booting at least all the Linux stuff in the upstream repo.
Okay.
All the Linux stuff, I'm going to use air quotes, so at least some subset that they can have a CI for.
Right. So yeah, if I can do pkg install and then you know take this pull request or take this git tree and build an image and boot it, does it work? That would be.
I think I'll add that to the pull request. Hey, is there a QEMU thing? And I'll see if it forward ports because we've had some version changes since then. But the version changes shouldn't matter because for the LLVM part of it, it just enables Longsoon as one of the architectures to build.
Right. Like I don't have RISC-V hardware, but that's, you know, as long as I can boot it in QEMU, that gets me kind of 80-90% of the place I want to go. So yes.
So it's not a satisfying answer, but if we get more data, we'll make it a satisfying answer. And we'll do something to maybe solicit more data. I'll add that request to the GitHub.
Yeah.
And if people want to watch me land GitHub pull requests, I can do that, or we can just kind of hang out, or, you know, I don't know. I'm not prepared to do that. I would be improvising it and winging it, and it might be boring.
That would make it so much better.
That's real life.
I mean, it's no worse than some of my talks. Actually, it would be worse than some of my talks.
I mean, it's basically all my talks.
Okay, well,
If we're done with questions, we can just break early.
yeah, we
We're
can
about
break
20
early,
minutes
and
left.
I need to get into GitHub to add that thing anyway, so I'll see if there's any low-hanging fruit. And if people want to hit me up on IRC or stop by with something that they want, that'd be great. There's also another one that landed that somebody sent me email about this morning, so.
All right.
All right.
Then I think we'll break and we'll be back here at 3 o'clock local time for our next talk.
not as fluent as the previous speakers, say the least. And the second is for not being expert at all, but even in the topic that I'm going to speak about, there are some things that were done by other team members, and especially by Konstantin Belousov, which I'm sure part of you know him. He's a great contributor to FreeBSD. So I'll try to cover as much as I can, but if you have questions that I cannot answer, I can give you my email, and I promise to get to you with answers. So my name is Ariel. I'm from NVIDIA, working on the MLX5 driver for FreeBSD. Basically, the team is only me. And we have Konstantin from Ukraine that is working on the kernel parts that are connected to our driver. So this is the work that we have, me and Konstantin. A few years ago, we got a request from one of our customers to add support to FreeBSD in IPSec offload. It was natural for us to do it because we already have a couple of offloads, like, for example, TCP checksum offload, LRO and TSO offloads, and TLS offload. So we agreed for the request, and we start working on it. It took some time because it was a big one. And today I'm going to explain a little bit about how we implemented it and what are the parts that are were needed in order to bring the support from Linux to FreeBSD to support the IPSec offload. But first, a couple of words about IPSec, IP security, IPSec. For those of you who are not in the networking business in your day-to-day job, although I'm sure for part of you this is not needed, so I'll do it quickly. So IPSec is basically a framework of open standards for secure connection, create secure, authenticated, reliable communication over IP networks, supports integrity, authentication for the data origin, confidentially, encryption. Not all of the standards support it, but IPSec itself supports it, and access control. This is the main objectives of the IP security. Basically, to secure any transactions in the network, not like TLS, which is like a connection between two peers. This is more like host to host. Now, the IPSec modes of operation, we have basically two modes of operation that were defined for IPSec. As you can see in the first mode, transport mode, what we are doing is we are taking the TCP header and the data, and we encrypt them. If it's in gray, it's encrypted. We add IPSec header for the parameters of the IPSec protocol, and the IP header itself remains the same. We have a second mode, which is called tunnel mode, that protects the entire IP payload. So what we are doing is we are also encrypting the original IP header, as you can see, and we place a new IP header at the beginning. I will say right now that in our implementation, at least for now, we support only the first mode, the transport mode, and not the second one. In Linux, we have support also for tunnel mode, but the customer didn't have a requirement for it, so we decided to go with the more simpler mode, transport mode. Okay. So as I say, there are two protocols that implement the IP security. One of them is the authentication header, which provides the integrity, the authentication, and replay attack protection. And we have the ESP, which support more features, more objectives like confidentially encryption. Okay, this is the main part that authentication header does not support. And of course, integrity, authentication, and anti-replay. Okay, we support only the ESP in the offload work that we did. Basically, what is IPSec offload and why do we need it? So why do we need to do offloads at all, you can ask, not only IPSec offload. IPSec offload is only one of many. Basically, you get increased bandwidth because the card can do faster than what the host can do. Lower latency, same reason. And of course, mainly reduced load on CPU and memory bandwidth, okay? Mainly on the kernel parts inside the host. Instead of having the kernel encrypt in one side and decrypt on the other side, which are kind of heavy operations, we ask the network card that has its own CPU to help us with the encryption and decryption and authentication and everything. And we gain a lot of CPU for other tasks. Now, types of offload that NVIDIA's card, network card, the ConnectX series offers. So one offload is crypto offload. It's only offloads the crypto operations, the decryption and the encryption and maybe the authentication, but it does not do anything for the packet. So the kernel can use the card power to do the encryption and the decryption operation, but still the kernel has many things to do to modify the packet headers and to build the new structure of the packet as I shown in the previous slides. And there is also full offload, and this is the mode that we are supporting, the only mode we are not supporting in FreeBSD. We are not supporting the crypto offload. Linux kernel does support it. We support only full offload, which means that everything is being done by the card. As I wrote here, kernel is passing the packets as is to the card. Kernel, as if kernel doesn't know that it needs to be encrypted, okay? So everything is being done by the card, including changing the header, changing the encryption type, decryption. All work is offloaded to the card, and that's what we decided to support for our customer. Now for a little bit about the kernel infrastructure that we had to do, because FreeBSD kernel didn't have any infrastructure for IPSec offload. So we had to put a lot of effort there, and Konstantin was the man in charge. And so for TXRX, both, kernel first recognized the driver support for IPSec offload by a new capability bit that we added. This is the name. Also for TX and RX, during IPSec setup operation, so what is setup operations? I will explain more in the next slides, but basically when the IPSec daemon, which is in our case what we are working with, Strong Swan, if you are familiar with, this is the userland daemon that is calling the kernel and passing the parameters for the IPSec. What is the key? What is the SPI number of the connection, etc., etc. And what is the policy for the current connection, the SA, Security Association for the current connection. So when all of this happens, this is the setup phase. So kernel is building its own policy and SA database. That was done already also before our work, of course, because kernel supported, had support for IPSec, but only in software. But we added there another database that correlates between the database in the kernel to the capabilities of the interface. And now the kernel knows which IPSec connection can be offloaded to the card or not. Okay, so this was something that the kernel is doing in this part of the setup, building the correlation between the kernel database and the card capabilities. And for TX, so what happens when we are getting a packet to process for transmission? Kernel searches for corresponding security association and policy that matches the current packet based on the source address, destination address, port, etc. And if it finds such a correlation, connection between the packets to what the user set up in the setup state, so he mark it as offload and does not try to do the encryption by itself in the kernel, okay? But just the flow is being cut in the middle in the kernel, and the packet is moved to the driver, from there to the card, and everything is being done in the card. Also for TX, if the packet should be offloaded, kernel passes it to the driver as plain text, as I said, without any modification. Kernel adds metadata. This is important because if kernel already did the search and found the association between the packet to be transmitted and the policy or SA, so kernel can put a KSPI flag with the value that tells the card, look, this packet should go with this connection. So the card does not have to do all the search again with all the fields, but only based on the KSPI, he can match it to the connection that is already there. Okay, now a little bit about the underlying infrastructure in the card, which is configured by the driver. What we are using in MLX5 driver and in the card is called flow steering. Flow steering is a very crucial infrastructure in ConnectX, in Nvidia networking cards. And basically what it says is how to steer a packet to a destination, meaning how to route the packet based on the packet fields to the next stage in the state machine of the card, okay, until you get to the wire, okay? So what is a packet steering? It is basically a mapping between flow specification to a destination. Let's say I'll give you an example. I can say if the packet is coming from source IP 10.0.0.1, port 5010, and it goes to IP address 10.0.0.2, so pass it to the IPSec state machine because it needs to be encrypted, okay? For example, okay, these kind of rules. So it's based on mask, which packet fields interest us, for example, the IP address or the port, value, what should be the value in this mask, and the action to take if you find a match or didn't find a match, where to go from here, steering it to QPER, steer to virtual port for SRIOV. All the SRIOV, for example, is based on flow steering. Drop the packet or counter for counting the number of packets. So you can see here below that packet headers are being processed in the steering cloud, and the result is go to QPN, meaning QP number, or in the SX, go to loopback or to the wire, okay? Everything is a lot of rules that are, let's go to the next slide. So steering objects, what is building the steering? The steering model is composed of the following entities. We have the destination, as I said, flow table. So you can tell the steering go to the next flow table or the virtual port. every flow table has an entry, okay? So the smallest object is a flow table entry, which is the value of the flow specification. For example, the value of the IP address that I'm interested in. We have the entries are being grouped in flow table group, which is based on the mask of the flow specification, meaning, for example, if it's an IP address, so I'm grouping all the rules that has dependency on IP address field to be in the same group, and flow table contains the groups, okay? So you can go from one flow table to the other flow table. Okay, let's continue. As you can see here also, we have the, for example here, match on packet headers. If we have a match, if we don't have a match, continue to next flow table entry. So for every flow table entry, we are doing this matching. If we have a match, the action can be count it, forward it to the next flow table, drop it, or allow just to go to the default. There is a default flow table to continue to. Or if it's a forward, you can go to virtual port, to tier, which is the object for receive, or to the next flow table. Okay, so basically, this is how flow steering is working. It sounds simple, but most of our work was to import the flow steering infrastructure from Linux to driver to FreeBSD driver, because someone needs to configure these tables in the hardware. The hardware just gives you the capability. So the driver, when the kernel is getting a new request from StrongSwan to establish a new secure connection, so the kernel passes it to the driver. The driver is preparing multiple tables with multiple rules based on what the user wants, pass it to the card, and from there on, the card has it as part of its flow steering tables. Okay, a little bit about the driver implementation. This is very simple. So as I said, we have the user space, which is basically StrongSwan, which calls the add policy first. Usually, the kernel core is calling the driver with install policy, and the driver is calling the card, as I said, with flow steering configuration. Second stage is the SA. Here it's a little bit more complicated, because what is going on here when the user space wants to set the security association, which includes the key and all the security material, first it adds empty SA to the kernel. It's empty. It cannot really be being used because it doesn't have the security material inside it. Then it negotiates with the other side of the connection for the security protocol, for getting the key, agreeing on the key and everything. And then it updates the SA in the kernel. So the kernel needs to wait until this process ends, and only then it can call the driver to install the SA together with the security material into the network card. At the beginning, by the way, we implemented it that we were installing the SA only when the first packet that matches this SA were sent, first Ethernet packet. But this was causing all kinds of problems, so we decided to check that the SA is mature enough, testing the inner fields of the SA to see that we have enough material and not waiting for the first Ethernet packet to activate the SA, because it caused problem with RDMA, that is not sending a packet through the kernel and other things, so we change it. A little bit about driver implementation. So what happened is that when we have two kinds of tables, as you can see, up here, and they are connected at the end towards the transmit. This is the transmit flow, okay? This is what the driver is programming into the card when the user set up a new secure connection, okay? So basically what is happening is that in Ethernet, we don't have to have a policy table to search for matching on policy, because the kernel already did the work for us and found the right policy and gave us the KSPI. So what the driver is doing, he is setting a table to the network card that has multiple rules inside it. The first rule is KSPI. So the card, when a transmission packet will arrive eventually, it will match the KSPI here that the driver set upon setup to the KSPI that comes with the transmitted packet. And if it finds that it's the same, so it will continue to the encrypt stage. If it didn't find a matching of KSPI, still it can be that the packet should be encrypted. So what it does, the table contains also other rules that are not here to match against other fields. Like we have special KSPI for packets that are doesn't have the regular KSPI. I cannot go into more details than this, but we have a couple of more rules over there. But let's look on the other table below for RoCE. The RoCE is RDMA over converged Ethernet, meaning if you know Mellanox, which was acquired by Nvidia a few years ago, was a great implementer and contributor to RDMA specification that was started, I think, by Intel and a group of companies back in the 2000. And RoCE is, if you want to use RDMA, which RDMA is basically, for those of you who doesn't know, RDMA is is sending packets between two hosts without involvement of the kernel at all. Okay? So if you want a high speed, very high speed between servers, so if you pass through the kernel with each and every packet, you will not get the right speed. So RDMA is a protocol that defines that you can send the packet from the user space directly to the network card, and from there to the other side. It has its own hardware wiring and everything, but there was a request to also support RDMA over regular Ethernet equipment, okay? Because customers had their own equipment, they didn't want to switch it. So they invented what we called RoCE, that from here you come with RDMA from the user space, not from the kernel, and the network card can translate it into a Ethernet traffic, and on the other side, the opposite. Take the Ethernet traffic and translate it into RDMA and push it directly to the application. Okay? So if we are talking about a RDMA connection, so we have a table especially for this one, which include the policy. Why? Because in this case, the kernel is not involved. When packet arrives, it arrives directly from the application. Kernel cannot put the KSPI magic inside the packet because he doesn't see the packet at all, okay? So we cannot rely on the kernel to search the policy for us. So we have a policy table with a match against the IP header of the packet, the source and destination IPs. And if it finds a match, it goes to the SA, which has couple of rules. Again, no KSPI, so we cannot use the KSPI as we can do with Ethernet. So instead, we have a IP header. Rec ID is also one of the fields that are coming from the strong swan. And we have the IP header fields if we didn't find a match, so we try to match against the IP header. If we didn't find a match, we are not encrypting the packet. We are going directly to some status, which is basically a counter to count all packets that are passing through the IPSec domain. But if we did find a match of one of these fields, so we are going to the encryption, and then we are going also to the status. So this is for the transmission pass. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to stop me, or at the end, whatever you prefer. Now we are in the RX flow. So the RX flow is when we receive a packet from the Ethernet. First we do the policy check to see if this packet matches any policy. Policy means if we want to drop the packet, if we want to continue with the packet, if we want, as plain text, if we want to encrypt and decrypt the packet. This is what policy means. It comes from strong swan, from the user application that set up all the IPSec. So if we find a match in the policy, we go directly to the SA, which is the Security Association table, that has also specification for what to do with the packet. Here we are matching against IP header and SPI of the packet and a few other fields inside the ESP. And we are doing the decryption, and we're counting all the packets, and then we are arriving here. This is the junction that we need to figure out if we want to go to RDMA, directly to the application, or to the kernel stack. Basically, if it's a regular Ethernet packet or RDMA packet, and we do it based on the RoCE version 2 port num. So if the packet has the RoCE version 2 port num, so it's a RoCE packet, and we go here. If it's a miss, we didn't find any association, so we go to the kernel stack. Also, if we had a miss here or here, we go directly to the kernel stack without trying to decrypt the packet. Okay, so that's how we do all the RX flow. Now, some limitations, okay? So basically, device support. We only support it for Connectix 6DX and above, okay? And here we are even a little bit better than the Linux kernel because they decided to support only from Connectix 7 and above because they said that it's not tested enough in Connectix 6DX, but we had a request from the customer to support only also Connectix 6DX, so this is also supported. We have now about fragmentation. This is very important to understand. The IPSec offload doesn't handle IP fragmentation. So if we have a fragmentation, okay, multiple packets, one packet is fragmented into multiple packets, we cannot handle it in the IPSec offload. So we pass it to upper layer without any modification. We are not trying to encrypt it or decrypt it or whatever. We support only packets that are not fragmented. Also limitation for Cipher, only AES GCM 16. This is the only protocol with key lengths 128 or 256 can be offloaded. This is basically a hardware limitation. That's what our hardware supports. And also I mentioned before that in protocol we support only for ESP protocol. FreeBSD driver supports only transport mode at the moment, okay? Also, not the tunnel mode, as I explained before. Also, one important thing, when using anti-replay, ESN must be used. So we found out in the hard way that with the customer that when you use anti-replay, which is the normal behavior to use anti-replay protection, if you use the SN sequence number and not the ESN extended sequence number, basically the difference is the first is 32-bit, the second is 64-bit. So we had a wraparound of the sequence number and after an hour or so, and so it was not good enough. So we decided to not support a configuration in which the user wants to have anti-replay, but is not using the extended sequence number based on the newest protocol, but the old sequence number, so we are not supporting it. And also, the IPSec offload is not supported for lag interface. Lag, for those of you who doesn't know, it's basically link aggregation. Our customer had a different name for it. I don't really remember now. Anyhow, there are a couple of names. It's basically taking multiple connections, like 2, 3, 4 connections, and unite them as one and present them to the user as one interface, okay? Like one virtual interface, which is composed of multiple interfaces. We are not supporting IPSec offload on lag interface. The reason is quite simple. Because if you have multiple physical interfaces, okay, multiple cards or ports in the card, and you aggregate them to one link, one interface, how can you support the anti-replay? Anti-replay is based on counting the sequence number. But if one interface counts 1, 2, 3, 4, the other 1, 2, 3, 4, you don't have a unified way to count reliably the sequence number, which is required by the anti-replay mechanism. So our customer was insisting that he wants support for lag interface in the IPSec offload. What we suggested eventually is that we will provide an unofficial patch on the condition, of course, that they are not activating the anti-replay. That's what they're saying, not activating the anti-replay, and so we can support it. But since it's not stable enough and not hard to verify, we are not planning to upstream it. The rest of the work that we did, and we also, by the way, we support virtual LAN in the IPSec offload. We support also IP version 6 for the IPSec offload. And as I said, RDMA traffic also. So all of this work was already upstream by Konstantin few months ago. And you can, if you want, you can take a look. It's also, I think that Konstantin made the infrastructure in the kernel in such a way that it should serve also other parties that wants to enable or add support for IPSec offload, same as any other offload that we have currently in the kernel. So basically that's it. This is my presentation. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Maybe I missed some introduction parts or whatever. Thanks for listening. Thanks.
I know I had one question from IRC. One of them you already answered, which was what Cypher Suites, the offload supports. But somebody had a question of what happens, and I don't fully know, I think I know the answer, but we'll see. What happens if you have a route flap so that if there's a routing change that causes the connections to flow over a different interface while you have IPSec offloaded like how does the system cope with the fact that packets for a given flow may now go over a different NIC or a different port on the same NIC?
So basically, the IPSec is a node-to-node configuration. It's not like a connection that is based on multiple nodes in the middle. So I don't think it's sensitive to this kind of route changes, as you mentioned.
Do you know if, I know for something like TLS offload, when we get to the bottom of IP output and we do a route lookup to see which interface we're going to go out of, then we actually check to see if that matches, like in this case, like the syntag has the interface. Do you know if we do something similar with IPSec where we do a route lookup and that's how we decide, and only then do we decide if we need to encrypt the packet or forward it on unencrypted based on the IFP we found?
So as I said, during the setup stage of the IPSec, when Strong Swan is doing the setup, the kernel, and that's what Konstantin added, is preparing that database between the SAN policy in the kernel and the interface that can offload this packet. And it marks if it can be offloaded based on the answer it gets from the driver on the setup stage. So the driver agrees or doesn't agree to offload the packet, and then the kernel marks it as being capable of doing that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ariel. So that wraps up the first day of our Dev Summit. We do have dinner tonight for folks who are local. Our dinner will be over in the bottom floor lounge of the residence hall, U90. Just follow the gaggle of computer geeks, for the pizza. And it will be pizza and various boring beverages. We have no control over, well, anyway. That's the beverages we will provide are boring beverages. I'll just say that. So dinner there is around 6 o'clock. If you can feel free, I believe, to hang out earlier. I'm going to head over shortly to make sure the room is open, because that's always part of the adventure. But feel free to come by, have some pizza, hang out afterwards. And throughout the conference in general, that's also a good room. Pretty much every night, some of us will be there at some point during the evening. You can find folks to hang out and talk with. But aside from that, we'll see everyone tomorrow morning, about the same, I think 9 a.m. is when we start again tomorrow. So that's it for today.